Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV coming to you with breaking news. There are unconfirmed reports of a shooting at Apalachee High School, and that is in Winder, Georgia, in Barrow County, Georgia. There is reportedly a heavy police presence there. And I believe there might be some helicopters flying overhead. Let me pull that up here. Unconfirmed reports of a shooting at a high school in Georgia, at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. So let me get you some updates here. We are bringing you live coverage. Winder, Georgia. Hang on one second here. This is in, hang on a moment. This is between, roughly between Atlanta and Athens, Georgia is where we are talking about. Hang on a moment here. Yes, there are two helicopters overhead. There are two helicopters overhead, guys. Look at this right here. Two helicopters overhead. How do I get multi-select here? Right there. This is Flight Radar 24. You're seeing it right there. There's two helicopters overhead at Apalachee High School. Hang on one second here. Multi-select. 1, 2. There it is. Two. One of them is a news helicopter. One of them is a news helicopter there. Okay, so that is Flight Radar 24. You can see Apalachee High School. We're looking at it right there in Winder, Georgia. Now let me get you some more. I cannot confirm information right now. Give me one moment, guys. WSB TV in Atlanta reports there is a large police presence at the high school. Many emergency vehicles at this high school. There is no scanner available for that county. I cannot bring you a scanner because there's not one available in the county, although I'll check for other scanner traffic. But again, that county does not have a scanner available. All right, hang on a moment here, guys. I am pulling a couple things up. I don't know the nature of such a shooting. I'm hearing unconfirmed reports of injuries. B&O News Live said they heard that there was a victim airlifted to a hospital. But I don't have firm details here right now. Everything is unconfirmed right now. There a big emergency presence at the high school, big police presence at the high school. But right now, no confirmed information about the shooting. Give me one moment here. Again, Apalachee High School is it's outside. It's east of Atlanta, west of Athens, Georgia, in Winder, Georgia. I'm actually going to put up on the headline Winder, Georgia. This is let me just fix the headline, okay? This is Winder, Georgia, east of Atlanta. Hang on a moment, folks. Thanks for your patience here. There are 2 helicopters circling overhead. One of them is at least one of them is a newscopter. I'm going to check and see if I can get you information on the other one. Give me a moment here. Okay, hang on tight 1 sec here. You can reach me at @Lookner on X, by the way. Just give me 1 moment. Thanks for your patience. There's 2 helicopters. There might be 3 helicopters overhead. It's a little confusing. There's definitely at least 2 helicopters overhead. You can see right there on Flight Radar 24. Again, there's rumors floating around. I have not seen anything confirmed about what happened, and I am looking. So there's rumors. Hang on 1 second here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Yeah, I can't use it. WSB is showing. I don't have the rights to the footage, but WSB. One of the helicopters overhead is a WSB helicopter, and they're showing people gathered at the football field. It looks like maybe they told people to go there or something on their overhead shot. Again, I can't steal their overhead shot, but WSB TV was showing that. Hold on a second here. WSB reports that at least 1 person was being loaded into a medical helicopter, and there were at least 6 ambulances on a scene. So, again, WSB TV says at least 1 person was being loaded into a medical helicopter. Okay. Actually, I'm going to put up a, and then in terms of location of this, I'll pull up a map and show you where we're talking about. I mean, I have it on the Flight Radar 24, but just to show you exactly where we're talking about here. Apalachee High School is here. And then we're talking about here. It is about 30 miles, about 35 miles from Atlanta. About 35 miles outside of Atlanta is where we're talking about. Okay? Oh, hold on a second here. Pull this up for you. So again, massive law enforcement presence, unconfirmed reports of a shooting at this high school. According to, you're looking at Flight Radar 24 there. According to WSB, 1 person has been taken in a medical helicopter. So we just don't know the details here. Let me put up on the screen for you. What I'm going to do here is get our red ticker up. Let me just put up the red ticker. There are unconfirmed reports of shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia, around 35 miles outside of Atlanta. There is a large law enforcement presence at the school. WSB reports one person has been loaded into a medical helicopter. Oopsie. Okay, I'm going to throw that up on the screen for you guys. I can put it up there. There. Okay, hang tight. Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. I do not at the moment have any kind of live footage I can bring you. If I get any of that, I will certainly let you know. This is being widely reported now. Again, Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. Let me do one other thing really quick, guys, here. Give me a moment. Give me one moment here. Getting a couple things on the screen so I can see them. Thanks for your patience. Breaking news. CNN reports, CNN says a hospital source says that they are receiving patients with one gunshot wounds. CNN headline now. Hospital source receiving patients with gunshot wounds related to incident at Apalachee High School. Okay? So CNN is reporting multiple patients. So CNN is reporting multiple injuries. Again, that was just their headline they had. They said a hospital source tells CNN there are multiple patients with gunshot wounds. This is Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. If you're hearing anything, give me a shout on X, at Lookner on X. We don't know the details of this shooting right now, but according to CNN, multiple people have been shot. What you're looking at is two helicopters circling around the high school on Flight Radar 24. One of them is the 5 Action News helicopter. Okay, that's what we're looking at right now. There is no scanner available. There is no scanner for this county. For the city or the county, there is no publicly available scanner. Thank you to all of our moderators. We are bringing you the latest coverage of this. I am checking various sources. I have no information on if anybody is in custody. I have no information on what happened. That has not been put out at the moment. So I am checking a bunch of sources to try to find you more information. CNN reports there are multiple people with gunshot wounds. As soon as I get any more information, I will let you know. But right now we have unconfirmed report of multiple gunshot wounds. You are looking at Flight Radar 24 showing 2 helicopters circling Apalachee High School, which is where this reportedly happened. There is no current information about the shooters. There is no current, or shooters. There is no current information about who that might have been. I am not going to be passing along unconfirmed, unsourced rumors from the internet. Right now, I am checking a lot of different things, trying to get you more information. Again, to repeat, CNN reports a hospital has received multiple patients. with gunshot wounds. Give me one moment here. Sorry. Again, there is no scanner publicly available that I have for this county. AP reports students have been evacuated to the stadium. There is overhead footage which suggests that as well. Hang on a moment here. Again, there's a huge police presence at the school. There's helicopters overhead. CNN reports that there are multiple people with gunshot wounds. WSB reports that one person has been taken in a medical helicopter. That is what we know right now. Hang on one second here. Give me one moment. One moment. The Governor Kemp posted about this. Give me a moment. The governor has posted about this. Let me show you this. Give me one moment. I will show you this. Governor Kemp says, I have directed all available state resources to respond to the incident at Apalachee High School and urge all Georgians to join my family in praying for the safety of those in our classrooms, both in Barrow County and across the state. He doesn't say specifically what the incident was. He says we will continue to work with local, state, and federal partners as we gather information and further respond to this situation. Hang on one moment here. If you are hearing anything, you can write to me on X at Lookner is where you can reach me. At Lookner on X. Again, CNN has reported that a hospital source told them that there are multiple gunshot patients. We know nothing about who did this, if there indeed was a shooting. Very little information right now. Checking a bunch of sources. There are lots of unconfirmed rumors online. I will not be reporting online rumors. There's a big police presence. There's a lot of emergency vehicles at the school. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution says several different law enforcement agencies have responded to the school. 11 Alive reports that that FBI is assisting local law enforcement. Yes, FBI has posted about this. The FBI posted about this. The FBI says, let me show you what they said. Here is a post on social media from the FBI. FBI Atlanta is aware of the current situation at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. Our agents are on scene coordinating with and supporting local law enforcement. Where is, hang on a moment here. This is at Apalachee High School, about 35 miles east-northeast of Atlanta. I have not seen any kind of reliably sourced reporting about the shooter or shooters, about who they are, about whether they are in custody, about what kind of motive there is. There are lots of rumors. Suspect in custody. 11 Alive says suspect in custody. 11 Alive says suspect in custody. 11 Alive News reports Atlanta reports suspect in custody in reported school shooting in Winder, Georgia. So, 11 Alive is reporting suspect in custody. That's from 11 Alive. That is a news station in Atlanta. They are reporting suspect in custody, okay? That is breaking news. Let me add that to the ticker. So let's go over what we know here. Hang on a moment here. Let's go over what we know. So, reports of a shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. 11 Alive reports a suspect is in custody. CNN reports there are multiple injuries from multiple gunshot wounds. BNO News Live says Barrow County Sheriff's Office confirms a suspect is in custody, and they say casualties have been reported. However, details on the number or their conditions is not available at this time. That's according to BNO News Live. They said they heard that from Barrow County. See if I can get any more information about that. So again, BNO News Live, they are reliable. They said they got a statement. I don't know if they got it directly or got it from somebody else. They say that the Barrow County Sheriff's Office says casualties have been reported. However, details on their number or their conditions is not available at this time. And a suspect is in custody. Hang on a moment here. I am checking some different things you guys have been sending me, checking different sources. CNN says Sheriff's Department reports casualties in high school shooting. So Hang on a moment. Yes, there are casualties at the high school. That is confirmed by Barrow County Sheriff's Office, that there are casualties. We don't know the nature of these casualties. So there are casualties and a suspect is in custody. Oh, okay. Jonah Katz mentioned that Cody Alcorn from 11 Alive actually posted the press release from, this is the press release from the county. This is literally the press release posted by Cody Alcorn of 11 Alive, thanks to Jonah Katz. The Barrow County Sheriff's Office says, authorities are currently on the scene of a school shooting at Apalachee High School. At approximately 10:23 a.m., officers from multiple law enforcement agencies and fire EMS personnel were dispatched to the high school in reference to a reported school shooting. At the time of this release, one suspect is in custody. Casualties have been reported, however, details on the number or their condition is not available at this time. Okay? So this is a shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. So let me just update things here for you. So I got to fix the headline now. Again, it is confirmed. Shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. There are casualties. We don't know the nature of them yet. A suspect is in custody. Oops. A shooting has occurred at Apalachee High School around 30 miles. The Barrow County law enforcement says there are casualties and a suspect is in custody. The shooting was first reported at 10:23 a.m. So there has been a shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia, about 35 miles outside of Atlanta. There are casualties. A suspect is in custody. That is what we know at the moment. That has been confirmed by the police. The FBI is on the scene. We are bringing you live coverage. We have no information on what the nature of the injuries or possibly fatalities is. Hang on a second here. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just do a quick check of something here. I'm going to do a quick check and just see if there's anything on any of the other scanners. There's no scanner in Barrow County and for Winder, Georgia, I can give you. But if you give me a moment here, what I'd like to do is just do a quick check and see some of the neighboring counties. Our viewer Derek Ellis mentioned that there might be something on one of the scanners. So I'm going to put it on and just see what we hear. Give me a moment here. Thanks for your patience. Oops, hang on.
Can you contact Fort to the back entrance to the football field, please? We have a pregnant female with contractions.
Okay, let me put something on the screen for you. For my, the scanner is from Broadcastify. That is where the scanner is from. Broadcastify. This is a Newton County, Georgia scanner. They just said there was something, they just mentioned like a pregnant female on the football field.
Med 6 Central.
Med 6.
We're being route to the back entrance to the football field. There is a pregnant female having contractions.
There's a pregnant female having contractions.
Yeah, we're going to be leaving Barrow High School.
Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. MSNBC is reporting right now. Credit to PM Breaking News for finding this. MSNBC is reporting 2 dead, at least 2 dead, 4 injured. At least 2 dead, 4 injured. According to MSNBC, at least 2 dead, 4 injured in this shooting, according to MSNBC. They are now reporting that. Wow, that's terrible news. This is in Winder, Georgia. Again, breaking news. MSNBC reports at least 2 dead, 4 injured in this high school shooting in Winder, Georgia at Apalachee High School. That is breaking news. Not good news. I was hoping we would not hear about fatalities, but that is what they are reporting right now. Not good. Not good news. A suspect is in custody. Let me update, by the way. Let me update the ticker here. Again, MSNBC says at least 2 dead and 4 injured in this shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. Reporter Audrey Washington with WSB says she is at Grady Hospital where victims are being rushed to the ER. Eleven Alive is also 11 Alive is an NBC outlet. They have the same report as MSNBC, probably from the same sourcing. 2 dead, at least 2 dead, 4 injured. We don't know. Rebecca Jones, our viewer, says 11 Alive showed and reported another ambulance landing at the school, air ambulance. I don't know if that's new. Maybe it is. I didn't see it on the flight radar, but maybe it did. We don't know who did this. We don't know who the suspect is. We don't know why this happened. We don't know who these people are. The 2 dead and 4 injured, according to MSNBC. Hang on, I'm pulling up a couple different things here. Thanks for bearing with me. Bringing you live updates.
Correct, 117, Med Crew, Syncom. We got a call from the EMS supervisor there on scene for the school. They have a request that you guys give them a call. I'll have some more information for when you land. But can you give us a call whenever you land?
It sounds like another helicopter might be coming because they're saying when you land on the scanner, unless the scanner is on a delay. This is the Newton County Fire and EMS dispatch. Yes, a second, WSB TV reports a second medical helicopter has responded to the school. That's according to WSB TV. They say a second medical helicopter has responded to the school. Is this one coming? Hey, yes, another helicopter right here. Look at this, guys. It says, look at this, look at this. On Flight Radar 24, it says Air Evac Life Team. So this is a medical helicopter which is heading from Atlanta to that area. Now, I don't know if it's going to the school or maybe a local hospital. I'm assuming it's going for this shooting, but that is a helicopter en route from Atlanta towards the area where the shooting happened. Okay? Actually, what I'll do is I'll get rid of this one. Leave that there. Police were originally told at 10:23 a.m. about this shooting. A suspect is in custody. I am checking a bunch of different things right now. You can reach me on X at Lookner. I am not reporting rumors. People are sending me rumors. I will not be passing along rumors. Someone asked a good question, SW Records, about how many people go to that school. And about 2,000 students go to the school. About 2,000 students. It's a fairly big high school. According to Google, when I Googled it, about 2,000 students go there. Hang on a second here. Thank you to all of our moderators. Again, 2 dead, 4 injured, at least 2 dead, 4 injured. They're showing right now, guys, right now on 11 Alive, they have an overhead shot, which I can't steal. They're showing somebody on a stretcher being loaded into a emergency vehicle. That was just shown on... What happened to this? Oh, that helicopter is not available anymore? They just showed on 11 Alive somebody getting loaded into a emergency vehicle on a stretcher. I assume that was a live shot. They just showed it. Hang on 1 second here. Again, there's 1 suspect in custody. We don't know anything about the suspect. 2 dead, 4 injured, reporting by MSNBC. We don't know who these people are. We have not gotten any reliable reporting on that. The FBI is on scene. About 1,900 people go to that school, and the town of Winder has a population of about 18,000 people. I should have, hopefully we'll have some live footage for you at some point. I don't have anything I have the rights to right now to show you. Yes, as one of our viewers just said, Susan Stater, we do not know if the suspect is an adult or a student. We do not know that right now. I would ask that you please not post information that is unconfirmed and rumor as fact in the chat room. That would be much appreciated. A suspect is in custody. I have the Georgia Bureau of Investigation also confirms a suspect is in custody. This is from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. GBI has responded to a shooting at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. We have agents on site assisting local, state, and federal law enforcement with the investigation. One suspect is in custody. We urge everyone near the area to stay clear while authorities investigate. More info to follow. I can't confirm there was only one shooter. Right now we're hearing one suspect in custody. At least 2 dead and 4 injured, according to NBC News. I have no information. Oh, BNO News Live. Actually, I'll post a link. They posted a screenshot of what I had seen on TV. You could go there if you want. But about 5 minutes ago, I saw on an overhead shot somebody was sitting up in a stretcher, and they were brought to an emergency vehicle and put inside the emergency vehicle. You are looking at Flight Radar 24. You're seeing 2 helicopters circle around the high school. When you see the overhead shot or shots, I assume it is coming from those helicopters. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage here. Hang on. I'm going to disappear for about 45 seconds, okay? So if you give me about 45 seconds, I'm coming right back. I have that local scanner on. It's it's not from Barrow County because I haven't found there's no Barrow County scanner available. I believe it's from Newton County. Once in a while we hear something on that scanner. Give me about 45 seconds. I'm disappearing for about 45 seconds. I'm coming back. Thank you for your patience. Okay, just to sum up, there has been a shooting. Was first reported at 10:23 a.m. this morning. About 2 hours ago is when law enforcement first heard about this. It's a shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia, which is about 30 miles outside of Atlanta. And at least 2 are dead, 4 are injured, according to MSNBC. A suspect is in custody. We don't know who the suspect is. We don't know anything about them yet. We don't know anything about the people who were shot We don't have a motive. We don't know the weapon. We don't know if there are other suspects. We are waiting to hear more about this from law enforcement, and we are bringing you live coverage. There's a big police presence at that high school. NBC reports that President Biden has been briefed on the incident. Let me show you what it looks like there at the high school on Google Maps. Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia, has about 2,000 students. Oop, I need to do this. Oh, there's no street view in the area? I don't know if there is a street view. Here it is right here. There is the high school. Again, about 2,000 students go there. Again, a suspect is in custody, trying to get you more information. If you're hearing anything, oh, hold on. Fox is showing a live shot. Fox 5 Atlanta is showing a shot of a medical helicopter. They were just showing it, so it's possible it's on the scene right now. I just saw it a second ago. They're having an issue. AP reports helicopter videos show dozens of law enforcement and emergency vehicles. AP says it's about 50 miles northeast of Atlanta. AP also reports calls and messages to the Barrow County Sheriff's Office and the school were not immediately returned. Yes, as one of our viewers says, it's actually closer to Athens, Georgia. There's Athens right there. There is Atlanta right there. Oops, where did I go? Now I messed up my... Now I messed up where I was looking here. Winder. There. Why am I not seeing... Oh, here, I'm sorry. Oh, hold on. One of the helicopters, I think, left the area because... I wonder if both helicopters left. I'm not seeing any helicopters on flight radar at the moment, but that doesn't mean there aren't any there. You know, they're showing on Fox an overhead shot of somebody on a stretcher. I'm sorry, you know, on Fox they're showing some on one of the Fox stations. They're showing some on Live Now from Fox. They were showing some older overhead footage. So I believe the footage I saw about 5 minutes ago of a medical helicopter was old footage. Yes, I am not seeing any helicopters there at the moment. Elgato says copters left. They might have gone to refuel. Oops, that is what that is a Google Maps shot of the high school there. So again, a suspect is in custody. I assume there will be a press conference at some point. I have not heard anything about it. Again, this was reported at 10:23 a.m. is when law enforcement first heard about this. MSNBC reports at least 2 dead and 4 injured. But like you, I am trying to find out more information about the situation. I have not heard anything about a press conference yet. Do we know anything about the suspect? No. There's been no information released about the suspect.
Central, I'm just having second service, Dakotas.
Into 7, 1242. Med 2, 36 person, 531 Mount Creek Church Road, 531 Mount Creek Church Road, Lot 1A Alpha, versus Autumn Trade. You responded to party 3, 6 person, 531 Mount Creek Church Road, 531 Mount Creek Church Road, Lot 1A Alpha. This habit attack 1, South Central Main at 1243. Med 2.
Okay. Hey, guys. Derek Ellis found a local paper. Derek Ellis found a local paper, the Barrow News Journal, which is a local paper. And thank you to Derek. Derek messaged me that, and I looked at it, that the Barrow News Journal says, according to students at the scene, at least 2 teachers were shot in the incident. That is unconfirmed information, but that is from a local paper, the Barrow News Journal. Okay, so again, I'll read that again. Thank you, Derek. Oh, hold on. What is this? Give me one moment here. What is this? Why am I not hearing anything?
Med 4, DLA 3660 Sunny Hill Drive, 3660 Sunny Hill Drive, Road Highway 20, 660 Sunny Hill Drive, 3660 Sunny Hill Drive, Project Highway 20, Traffic Tax
as we can tell.
1245. Med 4, 4 clear. Med
Guys,
4,
I want to,
1245.
again, according to a local newspaper, the Barrow News Journal, they reported that according to students at the scene, at least 2 teachers were shot in the incident. Thank you to Derek Ellis for mentioning that to me. That is unconfirmed information, by the way. Yes, there's a suspect in custody. We still do not have info about the suspect that I have seen. I have not seen the first information about the victims, which I just saw, which is unconfirmed, is that at least 2 teachers were shot. From a local paper said that. But again, that is not confirmed. Let me know if you're hearing anything. At Lookner on X is where you can reach me. The FBI is on scene. Georgia Bureau of Investigation is on scene. Give me one moment here. Hang on. Give me one moment. All right, so we're waiting for some more from law enforcement. There has not been a press conference yet. There's been very little official information released on this yet. This shooting was first reported about 2.5 hours ago at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. One suspect is in custody. According to MSNBC, at least 2 are dead, 4 injured. A local paper reports that two teachers were shot, not two shooters, that two teachers were shot. That is unconfirmed. But it is confirmed a suspect is in custody. We don't know who the suspect is. We are waiting to bring you more information. CBS News says parents are allowed to go pick up their students. Emily Simmons White House Deputy Press Secretary Emily Simons reports, this is a statement from the White House, President Biden has been briefed by his Homeland Security advisor, Liz Sherwood Randall, on the tragic shooting at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. And his administration will continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials as we receive more information. That is a statement from the White House. Michael Seiden with WSB-TV says it is unclear if any deputies were on campus during the time of the shooting. I don't know what kind of weapon was used. We have not heard that. Weapon or weapons. Trying to get you more information here. Hang on one moment. Very little information, official information released on this. That the at least 2 dead, 4 injured comes from NBC News. So we have very little official information released on this. Very little. We know there's a suspect in custody. We know there's a shooting. Basically, there was one short statement from the Carroll County Sheriff's Office, Carroll, it was Barrow County, I believe. Yes, from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. They released a statement at least around an hour ago that said that at approximately 10:23 a.m., officers from multiple law enforcement agencies and fire EMS personnel were dispatched to the high school in reference to a reported active shooting. At the time of the press release, one suspect is in custody. Casualties have been reported. However, details on the number of their conditions are not available at the time. On their number or their conditions are not available at this time. This is an ongoing situation. Updates will be released when available. And that was around an hour ago when that press release came out, and we've heard nothing official since then. Give me a moment here. I am not currently seeing helicopters on the flight radar over the school. There were before. They might have needed to go to refuel, at least the newscopters. I have not seen a post by former President Trump yet on his Truth Social. I just checked. There is nothing on Truth Social from former President Trump yet. That is what the high school looks like. That is on Google Maps there. A local paper, the Barrow News Journal, says students told them that at least 2 teachers had been shot. Very, very little information at this point. NBC News says that...
Truck 16, let this is 690 Tommy Fuller Drive, 690 Tommy Fuller Drive at the Pearl. You're responding to let this is 690 Tommy Fuller Drive, 690 Tommy Fuller Drive at the Pearl. Private attack to Trump Central Main, 1258.
So Grady Hospital is a hospital in Atlanta, Georgia. Grady Hospital in Atlanta. Atlanta's about 40 miles away.
8 to 16, 1258.
NBC News reports that Grady Hospital in Atlanta has received 1 gunshot wound victim from the school. Really quick, I want to thank our moderators who are here. I really appreciate our moderators. Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you so much, Ruth, over there on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. And over there on Twitch, let me just thank our moderators over there. We currently have moderating on Twitch right now. Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Hearsay, Mark and NC, McBritches, and Nightbot. Thank you. And also thanks so much to our moderators on our Facebook page. Give me a second here. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thank you, Kay. Christina Neal, Paul Anderson, and all of our other moderators, thank you. One of our viewers asked, when school started there. Now, I heard a report. I got to try to confirm it. That it was not right at the start of, it was not like the first day of school. But let me see calendar. Barrow County Schools calendar. Their schools. That's not a student calendar. First day of school was August 1st. I am looking at the Barrow County school system calendar right now. And I'm going to show it to you. Hold on. I'll show it to you. Barrow County student calendar is first day of school, August 1st. So it was not that, school would have been well underway. Hang on a moment. All right, trying to find you more information. Wait, now why is Nicole Saganga saying Apalachee High School began classes 2 days ago? Because I just checked the calendar and it said first day of school, August 1st. Are they on a different schedule than their calendar, than the county is? No. I literally went to the high school's website, and the high school has a link to the student calendar, and the student calendar says August 1st, first day of school. So according to the student calendar, which is linked to on the high school's website, I don't know, a reporter said that it was a couple days ago, but I mean, yeah, it looks to me like that. Yeah, one of our viewers said we started at the beginning of August here. Anyways, Twitter paid it. Anyways, the official school calendar says August 1st was when they started school. Hang on a second here. I am trying to get new information. Oh, Brandon said CNN. Oh, Brandon pointed out CNN is saying that there will soon be a police update. There will soon be a police update according to CNN. Thank you to Brandon Johnson for mentioning that. Again, there will soon be a police update. Police update soon. Police update soon. Okay? According to CNN. There has been very little official information released so far. Very little official information. So, NBC News says at least 2 dead, 4 injured. We officially a suspect is in custody. We know nothing about the suspect.
Dispatch from Med-6.
Med-6.
Joe's transporting 1 to northeast towards Barrow.
Med-6, 1306.
They just said, this is Newton County, Georgia scanner, but they just said just transporting 1. So maybe somebody else just got transported. I'm not sure.
Here's your company 16 on scene.
Here's 15, 1306.
Newton County, Georgia is a bit south of Winder. But they have some stuff on their scanner, so. Bringing you the latest updates here. Waiting for an update from police. I haven't seen, there's a local paper, Barrow News Journal. They haven't posted an update in a little while. CNN has the same report as NBC. They are saying at least 2 dead and 4 injured. Got a couple more photos here from AP. There are students evacuated to the football field right there. And then that's Apalachee High School, law enforcement presence. Let's see if I can get you any more info. But very little official information. Officially, all that they've said officially is that some people have been injured. That's the only official information. The 2 dead, 4 injured is coming from news channels. Both NBC News and CNN are reporting there are at least 2 dead and 4 injured. Tracy Johnson says they gave no information. I don't know. I don't know that there was really any new information there that hadn't been released officially before. Derek Ellis mentioned that Northeast Georgia Medical Center said one patient was transported to their facility in Winder and one was being taken to their larger hospital in Gainesville. 11 alive. Also reported that we heard before, Grady Hospital in Atlanta received one patient. NBC News says at least 2 dead, 4 injured. Thank you, Derek, for messaging about that. I'm going to check some different articles and maybe we can find, you know what, sometimes you can just find things in random articles. No, the shooting was not on the football field. The shooting, well, actually, I don't believe the students were evacuated to the football field. But the shooting was at the school somewhere. I don't even know exactly where it was. The AP article says, when Erin Clark, 42, received a text from her son Ethan, a senior at the high school, there was an active shooter, she rushed from her job at the Amazon warehouse to the school. The two texted, "I love you," and Clark said she prayed for her son as she drove to the school. With the main road blocked to the school, Clark parked and ran with other parents. Parents were then directed to the football field. Amid the chaos, she found her son sitting on the bleachers. Clark said her son was writing an essay in class when he first heard the gunshots. Her son then worked with his classmates to barricade the door and hide. "I'm so proud of him for doing that," she said. "He was so brave." Students had only started the school year a little over a month ago, before the shooting. The parents said, "It makes me scared to send him back. I don't know what I'm going to do." This is from an Associated Press article. Traffic at the school was backed up for more than a mile as parents tried to get to their children there. Again, one suspect in custody. Oh, I have some more photos for you guys. I have some more photos I can show you here. This is from Reuters. Reports of 2 dead in Georgia high school shooting, 1 person in custody. So these are some Reuters photos here. Hang on. Let me just get these loaded in. Oops. It's a little big. But that is students gathered outside near the football field after being evacuated. This is a photo of law enforcement on the scene, it looks like. And this is a photo of the football field where people were gathering. That's after students had been evacuated to the football field. That's from Reuters as well. Reuters says law enforcement responded to a shooting at a high school, and there were reports of at least 2 people who had been killed. In addition to the 2 killed, 4 people were injured, according to MSNBC, citing unnamed law enforcement officers. 1 suspect was in custody, said the sheriff's office. The incident appeared to be under control, and students were being released at midday, said a Barrow County school spokesperson. ABC News quoted a witness, student Sergio Caldera, as saying he was in chemistry class when he heard gunshots. Caldera, 17, told ABC his teacher opened the door and another teacher ran in to tell her to shut the door because there's an active shooter. As students and teachers huddled in the room, someone pounded on his classroom door and shouted several times for it to be opened. When the knocking stopped, Caldera heard more gunshots and screams. Wow. He said his class later evacuated to the school's football field. Wow. Yeah, that is terrifying. You can reach me on X at Lookner on X is where you can reach me. Thank you again to all of our moderators. Excuse me. Let's see here.
Central from Med 6.
Med 6.
Hang on a moment.
Central from Med 6.
Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Breaking news. We have breaking news. There's breaking news. There's. We have breaking news. Hang on a moment. Breaking news. Give me one moment here. CNN is reporting CNN reports at least 4 dead and as many as 30 injured, but it's unclear how many of those were shot. B&O News Live said that, and I'm actually going to rewind it and watch it right here. I'm seeing it on CNN right now. At least 4 killed, says CNN, and as many as 30 injured, according to sources. Hang on, let me hear this report here. Give me a moment. I do apologize. Somebody in the chat said that like 5 minutes ago, and I thought they were just posting false information. So hopefully I have untimed out after I untimed them out. After I timed them out, anyways, my apologies. Let me see. Hang on. Yes, at least. Hang on, I'm listening to the report right now. Hang on one second. Hang on.
You know, I think Sheriff Judge Smith is at that inflection point where they have some information.
I'm listening to the report on CNN from moments ago.
But they also have a lot of leads that are literally up in the air. What did he say? Suspect is in custody, very active, ever developing. That means they've got a suspect.
Oops.
From law enforcement sources there. Based on my question, was it a student at the school?
Oh, hold on. CNN says is that the shooter was a student at the school. Hold on a second. Hang on. Hang on.
That means they've got a suspect. I am told from law enforcement sources there, based on my question, was it a student at the school?
Was or was not? Hold on. I thought he said would, but I got to listen to this. I thought he said was, but he might have said wasn't.
Suspect is in custody.
Hold on.
Ever developing. That means they've got a suspect. I am told from law enforcement sources there, based on my question, was it a student at the school? I was said all we can tell you is it is a student-aged person.
Okay. Okay. So CNN said it's a student-aged person.
That means they've got a suspect. I am told from law enforcement sources there,
Hold on.
based on my question, student at the school. I was said all we can tell you is it's a student-aged person. They couldn't confirm whether they went to the school, but that means getting that person's pedigree, name.
Okay. CNN.
Are they a student there? That also means rolling back on where is that person?
CNN's John Miller. Shooting suspect was a student-aged person. School shooting suspect was a student-aged person. Unclear if student at the school.
40, you're on with Grady Communications. This is a road patient. Go to patient report.
What are we going to hear on the scanner here? Hang on a second.
Did you have further? I can hear you. Go ahead.
Let's just hear the scanner for a second, then we'll get caught up. CNN says the suspect is student age. Okay, so again, CNN is reporting 4 dead and around 30 injured. Hang on. I'm listening to the report. Hang on one moment.
Done there, the weapon recovered, tracing that weapon to the owner. A lot of the things that Josh Campbell has been walking us through earlier today. What I've been told from law enforcement sources,
Hang on.
being briefed at the scene, is that they have 4 deceased. Now that number is preliminary. It goes up from the 2 that we've been reporting.
4 dead.
I say preliminary because, as the sheriff said, these things are fluid. They've had to clear the building looking for any other people who may have been injured or hit.
Hang on.
Beyond the 4 deceased, which is a preliminary number, we're also told that there are 30 injured. Now, careful with that number because we were given the caveat that the 30 people who were injured were not all necessarily injured by gunfire.
Right.
That would include the potential of additional gunshot victims, but also those who were injured fleeing and trying to get away from the shooting.
Okay.
You know, that other helicopters in
So
half hour
CNN is saying 4 dead, 30 injured, but it's not clear how many of the injured are gunshot victims.
critically injured are being assessed. So, again, these numbers, and we've been through this far too many times. You know this. You've covered these.
I'm just listening to the report a few minutes ago on CNN.
These are the early numbers, and they can shift.
Okay, again, so CNN reports 4 dead, around 30 injured. It is unclear how many of the 30 injured are gunshot injuries. CNN also reports that the shooter was that the suspect is student aged, unclear if a student at the school. Give me a moment here. So we'll have to see what, as more information comes out, what we hear. But that's not good news. That is terrible news. And thoughts with everybody in Winder, Georgia, and Barrow County, Georgia. Just terrible news. Give me one moment here. Yes, Reuters has updated their article, reports of 4 dead, as you can see, in high school shooting. Hold on, let me just fix the headline here. I apologize. And 1 suspect in custody. I don't have conditions. Oops, sorry. Oh, I meant to update the ticker, sorry. So a police update is expected around 4 p.m. ET. Okay. Let me see if I can get you more information. But again, CNN is claiming that there are 4 dead and around 30 injured, although it's unclear how many of the injured are gunshot injuries. I assume the 1 suspect in custody is the shooter, but I don't know for sure. And I also don't know, it's not been confirmed. There was not more than 1 shooter, although right now law enforcement has said a suspect is in custody. And students are being released. From what we're hearing, it's not an active situation. So I would assume it's 1 shooter, and I assume that person is in custody, but I don't know for sure. So I was checking for some different things here. Yeah, a number of people have sent me a purported photo of the shooter. No one who has sent it to me has told me what the original source is. My assumption is going to be for now that that's a fake photo, that's an inaccurate photo. It is very common when we cover these things. Unfortunately, we have covered multiple shootings. It is very common for stuff to go around on the internet that's false about who the shooter is, about photos of the shooter. I would say the large majority of the times we cover a shooting, there are false things going around on the internet about who the shooter is or pictures of the shooter. So I'm going to assume for now that's a fake. That's not an accurate picture of the shooter. If I get it from reliable sourcing, I will certainly let you know.
Right, there you go.
Oh, sorry. Hang on a second here. I was checking the flight radar for a second.
Copy, sure, your pilot. Skytrack on 6 flight.
Let me check some different outlets here, guys. Give me a moment. Not easy. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. According to NBC, the shooter has been neutralized. NBC News says the shooter has been neutralized according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Breaking news. Breaking news. The shooter has been neutralized according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, according to NBC News. Authorities initially, according to WSB, according to WSB TV, says that. The shooter has been neutralized according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Authorities initially said the shooter had been taken into custody. So again, I'm literally reading you the report from WSB TV in Atlanta. The shooter has been neutralized according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Authorities initially said the shooter had been taken into custody. Law enforcement initially said the suspect was in custody, but WSB reports that the suspect has been neutralized.
Central from Med 6.
So again,
Med 6.
We cleared northeast Georgia Barrett en route back to Apalachee.
Clear Med 6.
again, according to WSB, which is a major channel in Atlanta, they say, according to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the suspect has been neutralized. Breaking news. Sorry, I didn't mean to put that up. Where is this? Yeah, again, they're not saying that themselves. They got it from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. That is what they are reporting. I have live footage I can show you now. I have some live footage, guys. Guys, I have some live footage. Hang on a moment here that I can show you. Hold on. What am I looking at right now? Why am I seeing that? Why am I
Med 1,
seeing...
536 person, 709 Three Love Drive, 709 Three Love Drive at Ridgeview. Parking out Kobe Street, 3 left 4. You're responding to party 36 person.
That's live. That's live footage right there. That is live footage from Reuters right there. Breaking news. Okay, so you are looking at a live shot. You are looking at a live shot from Winder, Georgia, right there. You are looking at a live shot from Winder, Georgia. There's still a huge police presence there, as you can see. I mean, look at this. Walton County Sheriff is there as well. I don't know if it would be better. I'm going to leave everything on the screen here. And again, WSB is reporting the shooter has been neutralized. And they say they heard that from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Although I don't believe the Georgia Bureau of Investigation has actually announced that yet. Zach Klein also says WSB has confirmed 4 dead. Let me just see if they still have that posted there on WSB. I mean, this is a breaking situation. So a lot of times in breaking situations, stuff gets reported, then it gets changed. Yes, and by the way, they still have posted on their website, WSB, that the shooter has been neutralized. You're looking at a live video as we try to get you more updates. Wow. That's live video from Reuters. Apalachee High School. There is the high school right there. You are looking at it. Sorry, the video's a little loud, I know. I'm going to turn down the volume on the video a bit. It's a little windy there. You can see ATF is on the scene. FBI is also on the scene, but you can see an ATF agent right there. They are right there. That wind is loud. So multiple outlets are saying 4 dead. CNN is saying 30 injured, but unclear how many of those injured are gunshot victims. Stacy says, is the shooter among the 4 people dead? Well, it is unconfirmed that the shooter is dead. If the shooter is dead, then they might be among the 4 dead. We don't know that yet. I'm just trying to get you more information. If you hear anything new, you can write to me on X at Lookner. I'm checking a bunch of different outlets here for updates. The school has about 1,900 students. A local outlet, the Barrow News Journal, had said that students had told them at least 2 teachers had been shot. That is unconfirmed. Oh, I actually have, hold on a second here. I have a second shot I can show you if need be. I'll try to take some comments too. Sorry guys, I've just been like looking around trying to get you more information. You know what's weird is WSB just posted the shooter is in custody, but their article says the shooter has been neutralized. Oh, breaking news, update from WSB. New update from WSB TV. WSB TV says that at one point the sheriff's office said the shooter had been neutralized, though other sources told Channel 2 Action News the shooter is in custody. The suspect's identity has not been released. So WSB has updated their article. And now their article says, at one point the sheriff's office said the shooter had been neutralized, although originally said the GBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, said the shooter had been neutralized. And other sources told WSB the shooter is in custody. I have an update too. I have an updated too. By the way, the WSB article still says that the WSB, it's confusing. They're not sure whether the shooter was neutralized. Another update from WSB. Another breaking news update from WSB. Guys. Okay, WSB reports. WSB reports. Channel 2's Courtney Francisco spoke to a student who said at least one of her classmates was killed and several more were injured. She said the shooting happened on E Hall. On E Hall. I'm not sure what E Hall is. Again, WSB said one of their reporters spoke to a student who said at least one of her classmates was killed and several more were injured. She said the shooting happened on E Hall. East Hall? Yeah, I have to, let me see if I can get a map of the school or something. I was trying to find a map of the school, and that didn't work too well. Look at all. Oh, hold on. There's another ambulance coming in, I think. Hold on a second here. Sorry. Georgia Bureau of Investigation. That's Georgia. That's not an ambulance. That's Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Look at this. I think these cars are going towards the school. This is a live shot from Winder, Georgia right now at the high school. That's a Georgia Bureau of Investigation crime scene unit. A crime scene unit is pulling up right now. You can see it live on this Reuters video. A crime scene unit. Some of our viewers think it's like a forensics unit. You know, when WSB reported the shooter had been neutralized, and then they said it's not clear, neutralized could also mean like shot and injured too. So we just don't know for sure. I mean, multiple reports say the official report is that the suspect is in custody, but again, WSB said that the GBI told them the shooter had been neutralized. As to whether there's a manifesto, I have no idea. We have not heard anything about that yet. Really quick, let me just check something here. Hang on one moment. Okay, we'll leave it on this. A couple minutes ago, we saw a crime scene, a Barrow County, a Georgia Bureau of Investigation crime scene unit truck pull up to the school. No, the Fox Live is showing a press conference, but I believe that's not live. Fox Now is replaying police talking from earlier when they did not give that much information. That is not a new press conference on Live Now from Fox. Let Let me check some different sources here. Again, WSB said a reporter of theirs had spoke to a student who said at least one of her classmates was killed and several more were injured. She said the student shooting happened on E Hall. I'm not sure what E Hall is. And WSB still says at one point, law enforcement said the shooter had been neutralized, although other sources told Channel 2 Action News the shooter is in custody. CNN says the shooter is student aged. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment here. Sorry. Hang on. Just trying to get you the latest updates here. Very little official information. Very little official information right now. It is 2:07 Eastern Time. Law enforcement said they expected to give another update around 4. Oh, guys, I have an update for you from the Washington Post. The Washington Post reports that Barrow County Coroner Kenny Cooper said in a phone interview, "We are still going classroom to classroom, and it's a big high school looking for bodies. It's terrible. Please pray for us." Wow. Let me repeat that. Washington Post reports that the Barrow County coroner Kenny Cooper said in a phone interview, "We are still going classroom to classroom, and it's a big high school looking for bodies. It's terrible. Please pray for us." That is not good. I'm going to read you an update from Associated Press, okay? Associated Press article here. According to the Associated Press, Jacob King, a sophomore football player, said he had dozed off in his world history class after a morning practice when he heard about 10 gunshots. King said he didn't believe the shooting was real until he heard an officer yelling at someone to put down their gun. King said when his class was let out, he saw officers shielding what appeared to be an injured student. We mentioned this before from Reuters. Reuters reports ABC News quoted a witness, student Sergio Caldera, as saying he was in a chemistry class when he heard gunshots. Caldera, 17, told ABC his teacher opened the door and another teacher ran in to tell her to shut the door because there's an active shooter. As students and teachers huddled in the room, someone pounded on his classroom door and shouted several times for it to be opened. When the knocking stopped, Caldera heard more gunshots and screams. He said his class later evacuated to the school's football field. Very, very scary. In case you missed it, the Washington Post is reporting that the coroner for the county told them, we are still going classroom to classroom, and it's a big high school, looking for bodies. It's terrible. Please pray for us. That was just 5 minutes ago, reported by the Washington Post. Yeah, I mean, we don't really know the extent of this. You know, again, CNN is saying at 4 dead. Multiple outlets say 4 dead. CNN is saying they're hearing 30 injured. Unclear how many of those are gunshots. But the Washington Post is saying that the school is still being searched. There is still a very large law enforcement presence at the school. I mean, you can see it on the screen in front of you. Patricia Thomas says there may still be some people hiding and sheltering in place. I do not know if there are. No, there's no chat. There was no local scanner available. There was a scanner we were listening to from a nearby county where we were not actually hearing very much. I'll turn that on again. I don't even know if we're going to hear anything on it. Oh, what is that there? What are we seeing there? A truck with... Hey guys, is that like porta potties being brought in or something? Is that what's happening there? Looked like we were seeing some porta potties being brought in. SC says going to be a long week. I mean, that show, it looks like, I'm guessing they would maybe bring them in for law enforcement. I don't know. But they had, I think, 8 porta potties on the back of a truck. Algoma one says for long investigations. Yeah, this is, you know, I mean, there's an enormous law enforcement presence there.
9-1, 1413.
Yeah, Dave says maybe the school bathrooms are a crime scene. I don't know. Maybe the shooting happened throughout the school. We don't really know. I also, we heard further live. Hold on, I think I have a different live shot for you. Hang on a moment. Let me see if I can put up the other live shot here. Hang on. Where is... No, I got to refresh though. Give me a second here. Do we still have the other live shot? Yes. Give me a moment. I'm going to put up another live shot for you while they get that one back. Just give me 1 second here. Should be up in a second. There it is. That is a live shot from AFP. That. That is from AFP. When I get the Reuters one back, I'll put it back up. Oh, we might have lost that one. We might be losing that one. So we may have to go to me for a second. Let's see. Are we losing that one? I think we might be losing that one for the moment. All right, as soon as I get the Reuters one back, I will put the Reuters one back up. Okay, yeah, so I'm waiting for the Reuters one to come back. So we are bringing you live coverage of this. Oops, let me do this right there. Turn that off. But there is a huge law enforcement presence there right now. Okay, NBC News has an update. Oh, hold on. 11 Alive says GBI confirms 4 dead, 9 hospitalized. So 11 Alive says GBI confirms 4 dead, 9 hospitalized. Okay, I'm just seeing that right now. I am just seeing that right now. Right, breaking news right here. Breaking news, it's here. It's posted. It's posted by the GBI. Breaking news. Suspect is alive. Breaking news. Georgia Bureau of Investigation just posted. 4 dead, an additional 9 taken to hospitals with injuries. Suspect in custody and alive. Reports the suspect has been neutralized are inaccurate. Breaking news. Breaking news.
I'm at 4 temporarily out of service personnel. EMS wounded wear.
Hang on 1 second here. So that is breaking news, guys, right there. Sorry, I'm just putting this up on the screen here. Give me 1 moment. Thanks for your patience. So again, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation says 4 dead, an additional 9 taken to various hospitals with injuries. Reports the suspect has been neutralized are inaccurate. Let me change the headline. So I'm going to make it 4 dead, 9 injured. Oops, sorry. I know there's a typo in the headline. I'll fix that. So certainly condolences to the families of the 4 people who were killed at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia this morning, and thoughts with those at least 9 who are injured, and maybe other injured as well, we don't know, but 9 people have been hospitalized with injuries. The suspect is alive and in custody. Oh, are we getting a comment from the White House on this right now? Hang on a moment, guys. Hang on a moment. Let me get this on the screen for you. Yeah, the White House is doing a press briefing right now.
Safe to keep the people who are supposed to protect our children, where our children, who are they supposed to learn from, safe? And enough is enough. Congress needs to act. Now, turning to my colleague from NSC, who's here to discuss.
Okay, so she just finished talking about that. I'm not going to bother playing with that again. Worry about that later if we want to go back and watch it. Let me get back to the breaking news here. We're supposed to get a live shot back from actually, she might have said something about. Let me just play what the press secretary said, okay? Karine Jean-Pierre. Let me just show you guys real quick what the White House press secretary had to say. I think she talked for about 2 minutes on it. So I'm going to put this on the screen really quick for you guys. This was just moments ago. This was moments ago here, okay? I'm going to hit play and hear what she had to say, then we'll get back to the updates. But I need to unmute this.
So this week, kids across the country are heading back to school for the new school year. Today is supposed to be an exciting day for students and parents, but instead, we're seeing yet another horrific shooting. Now, as a parent myself, I know the anxiety that comes with sending your kid out into the world every day, living with the real fear of the worst can happen. So please know that our hearts are with those families in Winder, Georgia, who are forced to face this act of senseless violence. I want to let you know that the President and the Vice President have both been briefed, and his administration will continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials as we receive more information. We're grateful for the brave first responders who are on the scene, and we stand by, we stand ready to provide support as needed. As the President has said time and time again, this is not normal. This is not normal. Students and teachers deserve to know that their schools are safe. They should focus on learning, not lockdowns. While the President and Vice President have taken historic action to reduce gun violence, More must be done to keep our schools and communities safe. We continue to call on Congress to do something, We need universal background checks. We need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines, require safe storage of firearms, invest in violence prevention programs, and pass a national red flag law. Enough is enough. And I cannot say this enough, which is enough is enough. We cannot allow this to happen in our communities. We cannot allow this to happen in our schools. So we have to do everything that we can to keep our children safe, to keep the people who are supposed to protect our children, who are they supposed to learn from, safe. And enough is enough. Congress needs to act. Now, turning to my colleague from NSC.
Okay, so that was the Press Secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, just moments ago. I wanted to show you that. And let us go now back to updates. I should be getting footage live, a live shot back shortly from Winder, Georgia. And just in case you didn't see it, guys, this has been confirmed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. This is now confirmed. 4 dead, an additional 9 taken to various hospitals with injuries. Suspect is in custody and alive. Reports that the suspect has been neutralized are inaccurate. There could be other injuries too, or deaths that we don't know about, but that is the update from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Okay? We don't know who the suspect is yet. Let me check for more updates here. I may turn off the scanner. At this point, we're really not hearing much on the scanner. It's kind of getting in the way. I'll leave it on for a second, for a couple more minutes. But this is the Newton County Fire and EMS Dispatch Scanner via broadcastify.com. Thank you for Broadcastify for allowing us to bring you the scanner. President Biden has released a statement. President Biden has released a statement. Here is a statement from President Biden. Jill and I are mourning the deaths of those whose lives were cut short due to more senseless gun violence and thinking of all the survivors. Hang on. And thinking of all the survivors whose lives are forever changed. What should have been a joyous back-to-school season in Winder, Georgia.
Matthew, Trap 14, District 1, Party 1, General Weakness. 8065 Bolton's Road, 1865 Bolton's Road at Park Place Nursing Facility. Just wanted to Party 2, Corrections Party 1, General Weakness. 8065 Bolton's Road at Park Place Nursing Facility. Have the task 1, Trap Central Main, Sports King. Matthew.
What should have been a...
Trap 14.
President Biden says what should have been a joyous President Biden says what should have been a joyous back-to-school season in Winder, Georgia has now turned into another horrific reminder of how gun violence continues to tear our communities apart. Students across the country are learning how to duck and cover instead of how to read and write. We cannot continue to accept this as normal. President Biden says we are closely coordinating with officials at the federal, state, and local level and are grateful for the first responders who brought the suspect into custody and prevented further loss of life. Ending this gun violence epidemic is personal to me, says President Biden. It is why I signed into law the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most meaningful gun safety bill in decades, and have announced dozens of gun safety executive actions. I also established the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, overseen by Vice President Harris. We made significant progress, but this crisis requires even more. After decades of inaction, Republicans in Congress, says President Biden, must finally say enough is enough and work with Democrats to pass common sense gun safety legislation. We must ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines once again, require safe storage of firearms, enact universal background checks, and end immunity for gun manufacturers. These measures will not bring those who were tragically killed today back, but will help prevent more tragic gun violence from ripping more families apart. That is the statement just released by the White House by President Biden. I am checking Trump's Truth Social. I am not seeing a statement about this yet. If I am aware of one there, I will certainly let you know. Hang on one second here.
Division 1, 2030.
You're looking at an Associated Press story on your screen right now. All right, trying to bring you the latest updates. Again, Georgia Bureau of Investigation confirms 4 dead, at least 9 injured, and the suspect is in custody. And the suspect is alive. Do a quick check of something here. Hang on a moment. And about a half an hour ago, the Washington Post reported that the Barrow County Coroner Kenny Cooper said to them in a phone interview, "We are still going classroom to classroom, and it's a big high school, looking for bodies. It's terrible. Please pray for us." That was about a half an hour ago, reported by the Washington Post. I want to quickly thank our moderators who are here. I really appreciate it. We have Cynthia Moon and Ruth Krafasi are moderating. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Linda Belk and Larry moderate on X. Over on Twitch, we have moderating right now. Hang on. Here. Thanks to Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, McBritches, and Papa Bear moderating over on Twitch.
97, part 2, difficulty breathing, 328 North Broad Street, 328 North Broad Street, apartment 8 Alpha, country, Gold Springs Avenue, you're responding to part 2.
Fire, Mark and NC, McBritches, and
328 North Broad Street, apartment 8 Alpha, country, Gold Springs Avenue, traffic is tax 1, Central Main at 1433.
Kay Lowry Bodies.
Head 1 Central.
Kay Lowry Body is modding on Facebook. Thank you, Kay.
Hospital, show us the route, stand down at 7.
Then 1, en route, at 7, are you clear?
Mid 7 clear, short and
Paul Anderson is moderating too. Thank you, Paul. Raven Lynn as well. Christina Neal. Thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate you moderating. All right, let's try to get you some more updates. It is 2:35 p.m. right now. The authorities said they were going to have an update around 4 p.m. Around 1,900 students at that school. So we're supposed to get the live shot back from Reuters. They say their crew is moving to a different location. I wouldn't, so I guess maybe that they might have made the crew move. But we should be getting a live shot back from the school soon. CNN had said 30 injured, but they also said that they didn't know the nature of those injuries. 9 injured, 9 hospitalized with injuries, according to the authorities. So there may be people who were injured and not hospitalized. Breaking news from CNN. Breaking news. Breaking news from CNN. CNN is reporting, source tells them shooter believed to be 14-year-old male. CNN is reporting, shooter believed to be 14-year-old male. I am just seeing that right now. Somebody mentioned it in the chat, and it does. CNN is reporting that now. Right now. "14 years old." Wow. Literally being reported on CNN right now that the shooter, according to CNN, is a 14-year-old male. Again, it has not been confirmed. Well, CNN was right about the 4 dead. They were the first ones who reported the 4 dead, and that turned out to be correct. That turned out to be correct. 14. Let me add that to the ticker. Wow. Wow. Okay, again, CNN is saying that the shooter is believed to be a 14-year-old male. 14. Octi says, where did a 14-year-old get a gun? Hold parents accountable if they had it unlocked. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Update from WSB. Did this get posted? Hang on a second here. They post this? Update from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Reports of additional shootings at nearby schools are false. That is from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I have not heard reports of shootings at other schools. Apparently there have been some, but they just posted that reports of additional shootings at nearby schools are false. To repeat, CNN reports the shooter is a 14-year-old male.
14.
Just crazy.
You have a deputy en route to 5580 State Route 20 for a car on the roadway.
What type of vehicle?
The
14. What type of vehicle?
11 Alive says there's a community vigil that's going to be held tonight in Winder at 7 p.m. Hey guys, I think, the scanner, we're not hearing anything on the scanner about what's going on. I think I'm going to, this scanner is not from Carroll County. It's not from Barrow County. It's from Newton County. So I might turn off the scanner because we're hearing absolutely nothing on this scanner. It's not even a scanner from the county. So I think we're going to turn off the scanner for now. Maybe we'll check in later. But again, it's not even from that county. We were hearing a little stuff before, but at this point, it's just getting in the way. Oh, we are supposed to get a live shot back from Reuters. So hopefully we can get that soon for you. They had a live shot before. And they say the crew is changing location there. So as soon as I have that live shot back for you, I will post it. I will put it up there. Hang on a moment here.
What else do you know?
Oh, I got it. I got it back. I got the live shot back. There it is. There's the live shot right there.
Yeah.
That is live.
Hang on. I don't know yet.
That is live. Still a huge law enforcement presence there. We saw a truck bringing in like 8 porta potties.
I don't have the power. No power. Sure you want to do this? Hey, look who's here.
Mike, he says he has more if he needs.
I should actually put I should actually say Apalachee High School.
Probably enough. You got 2 logs?
Yeah, let me borrow your 2 off. Wireless? No, I have one.
Okay, perfect. Okay, see you when you get here.
Okay. Follow. I gotta go turn it on over there. So give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go get my lavalier. So here, Curtis has one that he can give us. The road was better.
Let me see if I can get you any more information here.
Okay, sounds good. Sean will be here in the next 10. We have to talk to Boyer. Get a plan if they want you at the top of the 3. If we want to hold for Sean.
Steve, we ever got that stuff? Yep. Yeah.
I want to give you an update here from the Washington Post. The Washington Post reports that roads leading into the area were snarled by gridlock traffic for nearly 2-mile perimeter. Hundreds of empty vehicles were parked on the sides of the roads. Although I don't know if that's still the case, but we recently saw on the live shot a lot of vehicles parked there. She said, this is from their correspondent Holly Bailey. She said tearful adults could be seen running down the main artery to the campus. So I don't know if that's still happening. I mean, because parents have been picking up their students. Maybe it's still happening right now. I don't know if all the students have been picked up yet. But I guess what was happening is parents were coming to pick up their students, and there was so much traffic they couldn't get close, so they would leave their car and then run to the school in tears. Yeah, and Jazzy Renee points out, I mean, the school has almost 2,000 kids. So if you have all these parents coming to pick up roughly 2,000 kids, it's a lot of people.
Yeah, you have power. Yeah. Yep. Are you getting, I forgot, are we getting cable through the XLR or through the camera? Okay.
Yeah, so CNN says the shooter is believed to be 14 years old, a 14-year-old boy, but it is not yet known whether the teen attended that school. Okay? That's what the report is.
That's all right. I'll make sure that hotspot's working.
So one of our viewers said, would 14 mean he just started the school? So according to the county website, school began on August 1st, okay? So classes began on August 1st in this county. But, I mean, I would assume that 14 could be an age where you're just starting. I don't know what grades are at that school. Is it 9 through 12 or 8 through 12? I don't know. If it's 9 through 12, I mean, he could have just started there. H. Schwartz thinks 14 is a freshman in high school. I mean, that makes sense to me. It could be a yes. According to yes, I saw something online on the school's website suggesting that it's a 9 through 12 school. That's what it looks like to me. Because there's a class of 2020. Oh, actually, I'm not sure about that. I take that back. I'm not sure. So school begins, according to the school website, school begins at 8:15 a.m. The shooting happened around 9:30 a.m. Yes, the school website says there are freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. So that would mean 9 through 12. There has been no reporting, there has been no reliable reporting of multiple shooters. I have not seen a single reliable report of multiple shooters. And in fact, law enforcement said that the suspect is in custody. The suspect. So law enforcement so far has said there is one suspect. What was the weapon? We do not know anything about the weapon yet. Maybe we will hear something soon from law enforcement on that. Oh, they might have lost their shot temporarily. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go back to, we'll go back to me for a second. Oops, sorry. Yes, they're saying they're expecting to get their shot back, Reuters. So we'll have that live shot back shortly. We should have it back shortly. Oh, they have more photos here from Associated Press. Let me just see what they have here. Make sure nothing's graphic. There is a shot of a medical helicopter at the school. Right at the school, it looks like. In front of the school. Associated Press reports, that's the article here from AP, they say this episode is just the latest among dozens of school shootings across the U.S. in recent years, including especially deadly ones in Newtown, Connecticut, Parkland, Florida, and Uvalde, Texas. The killings in classrooms have set off fervent debates about gun control and frayed the nerves of parents whose children are growing up accustomed to active shooter drills in classrooms, but they have done little to move the needle on national gun laws. You can reach me at @Lookner on X. Sorry. We should have the live shot back shortly. And in about an hour, it's supposed to get an update from police. If we don't get one sooner. Yes, law enforcement is expected to give an update around 4 p.m. The Daily Mail claims that the daughter of one of the teachers at the school posted on Facebook that he was shot in the foot and the hip. Now, I can't confirm this report. But again, according to the Daily Mail, they say, and I can't confirm, even if this was posted on Facebook, I can't confirm that it's legit. But the Daily Mail says that the daughter of a special education teacher and coach at the school, he did both special education teaching and coaching, says that he was shot in the foot and the hip and is out of surgery and stable. So, again, I'm not going to give a name because I can't confirm that information myself, but that is a report from the Daily Mail. Were the teachers shot trying to protect the students? I do not know any of the circumstances of the shooting. That has not been talked about. We just don't know right now. There's been no official word on that. But I mean, if it's true, as CNN reports, that the shooter is 14, what if that ends up being true? I am checking various reports to see if I can get you more news here. NBC News says the suspected shooter is a teenager. Now, that's not more specific than CNN, but NBC News is reporting that the suspected shooter is a teenager. Officials told NBC News that police are working to determine the teen's name and whether they had a prior affiliation with the school. Now, I would think by now that the authorities know the person's name, although you never know. But my guess is that by now they know who he is. Apologies for the delay with the live shot. We should be getting the live shot back shortly. You know, I will say this, for whatever it's worth, nobody has reported that, like, this student or this parent said, oh, we know who the shooter was. Now, maybe people knew the shooter, but I have not heard any kind of report saying, like, oh, I know that guy who was the shooter. Although, you know, maybe very few people saw the shooter, because presumably you wouldn't be stopping and looking at the shooter. But, you know, so. Oh, hold on. We got this live shot back. But we haven't heard of any reporting about who this person is. All right, so we got the live shot back for you from Reuters from the high school right there.
Initially, when the sheriff had a press conference when we arrived on scene,
still hearing sirens there. Now, guys, look at how many police cars are there. So, I mean, there's so many law enforcement vehicles. I think that white truck is a crime scene unit from the state, because we saw that drive up before. And I actually think you can see to the right of the flags, I believe those are the porta potties, because we saw a truck bring in about like 8 porta potties. So those might be them right there to the right of the flag. But it kind of looks like most or all of those vehicles behind the tape are law enforcement vehicles. That is a huge law enforcement presence, as you can see.
That most likely won't happen. All those sports events are canceled because of the actions of one.
We're hearing reporters talk on the feed.
Law enforcement. I did talk to a student who gave another chilling account of being inside a classroom when the shooting started. She said she was in class, and all of a sudden on the electronic message board, it said to take cover. There was an emergency lockdown. Initially, she thought it was a drill, as they've had before, but she soon discovered this was not a drill after she heard 3 to 4 shots out in the hallway. They all took cover in that classroom, barricaded themselves inside, just afraid for their lives, she said. Then all of a sudden they heard law enforcement coming to the building, and then law enforcement began to escort them out. But before that happened, she said she heard them tell the shooter to stand down and not to move. And that's when law enforcement walked them out, and she says there was a body and lots of blood outside of that classroom. I got to tell you, these students here who's witnessed some of these awful acts will have to spend a lifetime trying to recover from this. Talked to another football player who says he heard what he thought was shots, and he realized that some of his classmates had been killed. As I said up top, it is going to take a while for this community and these students to recover.
So we were just listening to a reporter. I don't know who the reporter was. You could hear the reporter on the Reuters feed, probably doing a live shot or a recording. But the reporter said that one person had said that they had heard that they found out some of their classmates had been killed. And then there was a girl, I guess they talked to, who said, like, on the message board in the school, it came up, take cover, and she initially thought it was a drill. Then it said she heard 4 shots. So something to keep in mind is, like, I saw an interview, we read an interview with somebody who said they heard 10 shots, but it's possible, it sounds like maybe the shooting was at multiple locations in the school. So just because one person heard 4 shots doesn't mean, obviously, there were only 4 shots. But it sounds like maybe this person went to, I don't know if they were running or walking, but it sounds like they might have gone to different locations in the school. Because we're hearing, there were more than 4 shots, because another student said 10 shots, but that one student heard 4 shots. And and by the way, remember, she heard the 4 shots after seeing the alert on the message board, which means the shooting was already happening. So I don't know how many locations there were.
Someone interrupts life. We got to stop and ask ourselves what's going on. As for the kids who've witnessed some of this stuff, I don't mean to be crass, but for some of them, it seemed as if, not to say it was a video game, but they live in this video game world, but they seem to realize this is real life. These are lives lost. There was a teacher, there was a coach who they'll never see again. There's some classmates who they'll never be able to talk to again, all because of the actions of one person, according to police. And now they want to know why. And they're confused as to why someone would do this, interrupt their lives and the activities that they had planned. They're confused and want to know why, and they're stunned.
Hang on a second. I'm hearing something else. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Breaking news from CNN. The school received a threat this morning. The school received a threat this morning. A phone threat before the shooting, according to CNN. Hang on a second. CNN reports that the school received a phone call this morning warning there would be shootings at 5 schools and Apalachee would be the first. It is not known who placed the call. That is from CNN. Wow. I'll read you that again. Give me one moment. Give me one moment here.
Come out to class and see a body at school and blood everywhere. I told the story earlier about how a student said that her teacher heard banging on lockers, went out, and that's when he was shot. And the students in the class heroically dragged him inside the class to safety and barricaded the door. And all the students, got in the corner and put their heads down and just didn't know what was going to happen. Can you imagine your child going through that and having to live the rest of their life after having gone through that? I mean, the 4 letters.
Wow.
I think PTSD. So these kids are going to need some counseling. They're going to need some help.
Okay, guys, I want to read this. Hat tip to thanks to Intel Point Alert, who caught that CNN had just reported this. Thank you to Intel Point Alert. So CNN reports, breaking news. CNN says that the high school got an earlier phone threat. CNN says law enforcement officials in Georgia say the high school, Apalachee High School, got a phone call this morning warning there would be shootings at 5 schools and that Apalachee would be the first. It is not known who placed the call. Officials say they are investigating the call. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, if that is true, what CNN is reporting, and they're saying the call came before the shootings, if that's true, what time, how much advance notice there was there? So we'll have to see, but if it turns out to be true that Apalachee High School got a shooting threat, of course there's going to be questions about, well, how was that dealt with? Wow. So CNN, and remember, CNN was the first one who said 4 dead, and they turned out to be correct about that. They have reported that the shooter is 14 years old, and they are now reporting that the school got a phone call this morning warning that there would be shootings at 5 schools and that Apalachee would be the first. Wow. Wow. We don't know who this shooter is. CNN is saying the shooter is a 14-year-old boy. Other than that, we haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything. Again, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation said 4 dead and at least 9 injured. Now, hopefully that toll doesn't go up. But unfortunately, we have covered shootings before where later in the day the toll does go up. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
Hey there. Hey, have you cleaned up those videos? Yeah. The one from Beth. Okay.
Floofy says if it's a juvenile, will they even release the name? I don't know about that, but I mean, I'm guessing the name will eventually come out. I don't know how it works on timing. So we're going to see. They're moving. Basically, you have all these reporters in this area. So the Reuters camera is right where there are other reporters. So we will hear other reporters talking, but they're not Reuters reporters. Probably. They're probably for some other channel. Oh, guys, look. Hey, guys, this is where the press conference is. See all the microphones set up? I think Reuters has a camera right in front of the press conference. Look at this. Look at that. There it is. There are all the microphones.
I'm sorry.
Okay, well that's good. That is good. I mean, they're not supposed to speak until 4, but at least we know they're there.
All right, Tom, he's rolling. All right, thank you. He's rolling, Tom.
Pedro Pereira says schools cannot stop every time someone makes a threat. So look, I can't speak to, CNN says they got a threat before school. I cannot speak to what the threat, to whether that's true and what it said. I don't know what normal procedure is for schools to follow, in these cases, and how often they get such a threat. So, but certainly that's going to be something that's talked about and looked into. Again, I'm sure there is some sort of procedure they're supposed to follow. I don't know what that is.
Okay, audio check, mic check, 1, 2, 3, no video. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, nothing. I don't know if you can hear me, Jordan. Can you hear me, Jordan? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
That's what they told me. He needed to edit it.
So they don't have it ready.
Looks like this might happen soon. I don't know. Maybe the press conference will happen sooner.
The control room's saying they can't see Adam. Did you guys make a change?
Hey guys, I'm gonna disappear for 1 minute. I'm gonna disappear for 1 minute and then come right back. Thanks for your patience. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Holy crap. Just step that.
Did you hear that?
No.
No. I'm told no. No. Sorry. And can you hear me, Jordan? Can you hear me?
So we're waiting to get an update from law enforcement, and the update is supposed to be at 4 p.m. It is now 3:19 p.m. and there are a bunch of microphones set up in front of the school. You can see low. Make the headline a little bigger, by the way.
Step
Yelling at me for being there.
They're waiting for that, I think.
No, I'm live, but
I'm not going. We're just going to do a brief hit, and then I'll be out of your way.
You're not in my way at all.
Okay.
I would have let you know.
Okay.
Kind of.
Hang on, guys.
Kind of. As long as you don't take a step over to your right, I'm good.
This is not urgent, but if I need to plug in my
So just to go over what we know, this is Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia, about 40 miles outside of Atlanta. This morning around 9:30, there was a school shooting. 4 people are dead, at least, 4 people are dead. 9 have been hospitalized with injuries. We do not know if there are more injured or more dead. The shooter is in custody and is alive. CNN reports that the shooter is a 14-year-old boy. That has not been confirmed by law enforcement. And CNN also reports that the school got a phone call before the shooting saying that there was going to be shootings at 5 schools and Apalachee would be the first. That has also not been confirmed by law enforcement. We are waiting for an update from law enforcement that I guess is going to come in about 40 minutes. If they said it was going to come around 4 p.m., there are microphones set up. I am bringing you the latest updates that I'm seeing. If you want to reach me, you can write to me on X at Lookner on X. Condolences to the families of the 4 people killed, confirmed dead in this horrible school shooting in Winder, Georgia, and thoughts with all of those injured, and thoughts with the community there. Their first day of school was August 1st, according to the county school website. So they did not just go back to school. We don't know what weapon or weapons were used. We don't know about a motive. We really don't know much of, there's an unconfirmed report that 1 or more teachers have been shot, but we just don't know a lot of details right now. So we're bringing you live coverage and breaking news updates here. And I will keep checking for updates on my end while we are waiting for this press conference to start. The Washington Post reports, you can see here, they say roads leading into the area surrounding Apalachee High School were snarled by gridlock traffic for a nearly 2-mile perimeter surrounding the scene. Hundreds of empty vehicles were parked on the sides of the roads in this partially rural area, double parked in ditches and left on sidewalks in nearby neighborhoods. Oh, hold on, the sheriff. Hey, Mobile Enforcement Command Center, look at this. Is this new or is this leaving? Is that just getting there? That's a different county. That's not even that county. Gwinnett County is a different county. County Sheriff Mobile Enforcement Command Center. So that's not even, Gwinnett County isn't the county. This is Barrow County. Barrow County has about 90,000 people, whereas Gwinnett County, I think, is bigger. Gwinnett County has about 1 million people. Gwinnett County is a much bigger county than Barrow County is. No, Gwinnett is Metro Atlanta. Gwinnett is Metro Atlanta. I think most of Atlanta is in Fulton. Yeah, Atlanta's the seat of Fulton County. And most of it is in Fulton County. Joshua, our viewer, says they are bringing in extra people and resources. Yeah, we've seen Walton County there. There's state investigators there. There's ATF. There's FBI.
Yes, sir.
You know, there's a statement, a newer statement from, I didn't even show you, the governor released another statement.
No, the editing didn't know anything about it.
The Governor Kemp said, Marty, the girls, and I are heartbroken by today's tragedy at Apalachee High School. This is a day every parent dreads, and Georgians everywhere will hug their children tighter this evening because of this painful event. We continue to work closely with local, state, and federal partners to make any and all resources available to help this community on this incredibly difficult day and in the days to come. I wonder if he might be at the press conference. I have no idea.
Maybe get something good to toss to. Well, I sent the video to Beth via text, and that she was the one that got all of it sent back to Fox. Okay, so it's trying to go in.
Look at all the law enforcement there.
No, I was told we can't. Okay.
So many law enforcement vehicles.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as we got it, I mean, and let me know which one it is that you see. If it's both of them combined, you know, good. But, you know, one showed law enforcement going through the classrooms and in the hall, and the other kind of panned until they were going to blur. Well, one of them was like 20 seconds, 20 or 30. Let me look here, I'll tell you. Yeah, I'll text it to you right now. Okay, bye.
Can you scoot over again? Can you scoot over just a little bit?
Adam.
That's it. That's good.
What's going on?
You were in a shot.
Okay. There's...
All systems go. So, Alvin. I'm on the road for Tom. 6 days out. And then as soon as they need me, I called up Devin this morning. I was like, you got 60 seconds to answer this challenge. Tell me to cut these up. It's 2 minutes. Hit Tom. Yeah, right. It's like, oh. My truck. In my truck. Literally. Not my truck. Yeah. Well, yeah, no choice. And I can't, you know, there's only so much time I can give them when the way the organization has been of late.
So there is a video floating around. I don't know if it's legit that a couple viewers have sent of purportedly you can see a dead body inside the school and a weapon, but I don't know if that's legit. That has not been confirmed. So anyways, I can't show it on the air, obviously, but I just want to let you know I am aware of it.
To Jordan.
Oh, yeah, I got, yeah, maybe I'm going to take that out of my bag, I think. I'm like, wow, I will.
Hang on a second here. I'm checking a couple things here. Some people are sending me stuff, and I need to check it out.
I can't get on that site.
Oh, I get that.
Oh, hey guys. Breaking update. Brittany Edney, who is with Fox 5 Atlanta, she says a student at Apalachee High School told her he saw an automatic weapon on the ground. I think he might mean semi-automatic, but maybe a long gun, I'm not sure. Hang on.
Yeah, you can see the...
Yeah, so that's this reporter, Brittany Edney, And the person she talked to, this student she talked to, said that when he was let out, he saw a body and a weapon, and that's similar to this video that's floating around that claims to be from the school where you see a body and a weapon. I don't know if that video is legit, but in the video that's floating around, it's a long gun. So we'll have to see if authorities say there was a long gun involved. So let me just see something else here. Oh, Britain. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry, that wasn't from today. She posted something else. Let me look at this. Hold on. Thank you to a viewer. A viewer sent me this AZ. I'm sorry, a viewer. AZ Intel, who covers new stuff. Thank you, AZ Intel. He passed along a video from Brittany Edney, which is not graphic, but it shows students being evacuated from the school. So I'll post a link to that video. I posted it on my X account, which is @Lookner, and I'll post a link in the chat to the video. So thank you to AZ Intel. It's a video where you see students being let out of the school.
Doug Richards. There's the Richards.
Yeah, we're supposed to have. There's supposed to be. There's a police update expected at 4 p.m. It is now 3:32. So I'm trying to check. People are sending me stuff, and I'm just trying to go through some of the stuff that people are sending me. Let's see if we can get you any more updates here. Wow. Okay. Something I've talked about is this it seems like we've heard different students from different reports say they heard different numbers of gunshots. And like one student said they heard 4 gunshots after they'd been warned there was a shooting. So it makes me think that the shooter was shooting in different locations at the school. Now, CNN talked to a student who said that she started hearing noise, and the noise was getting louder and louder. So again, it sounds like the shooter was in some different locations in the school.
the thing on.
Yeah, but it's not showing that it's charged, so I'm just checking, making sure everything's plugged in.
Well, good afternoon, Sean and Blair. Yes, we're here in the media staging area, which is on school grounds, and we anticipate in about 25 minutes that Barrow County Sheriff Judd Smith will give us an update. We had a news conference earlier this afternoon with very limited information. The sheriff said that this was an ever-changing incident and investigation, and therefore they wanted to make sure they had all their ducks in a row and had gathered all the necessary information before providing an update to the media. And there is a swarm of news media, local, national, and regional, that are all here waiting on new information to come out at about 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time here at Apalachee High School in Barrow County in the Winder community. Now, what I'm basically hearing at this point in time is that we should learn more about the suspect that has been taken into custody. There are a lot of rumors and different pieces of information floating around about the age and whether this person was a student. We're going to hopefully learn more about that. We also hope to learn more about the victims. And we know that 4 died in this shooting, and there are multiple injuries. So there's a lot of information to come and to eventually be released. So we hope to learn that. Another thing we're hoping to find out too, as I mentioned earlier, I was informed by some of the students that attend the school that there are no metal detectors here, and maybe not at any of the schools in Barrow County. That may be something that is looked at a little bit closer as a result of what has happened out here today. And also we want to know, this school is assigned 2 school resource officers, and one of our questions is whether they were here and on duty at the time that this occurred. We know that the shots started, the shots were fired, as I understand, or at least the word came into police shortly after 9:30 this morning. So it's unclear whether school resource officers were able to intervene immediately or not. So we're going to hopefully learn more about that as well. But again, it's just been sad story after sad story from parent and student reuniting. I mean, they're glad that they certainly are okay, those parents that are able to reunite with their children that made it out with any harm. But it's been, a sad day for everyone, and many of those parents felt very gracious and very grateful, I should say, but also wanted to offer up their prayers and thoughts for the others that were injured. Now, I was able to obtain some video from a student, and we have permission from the parent to use this footage that we want to show you right now. I have a couple of pieces of footage. One showing law enforcement officers running into classrooms and down hallways in the school building. They were armed in tactical gear just to make sure.
So I think they might have cut the audio. Oh no, they got the audio back. So just so you know, guys, that audio, that's a reporter that's speaking. And what's happening is, so this is a Reuters camera shot. That's the one I pay for, is from Reuters. And the Reuters camera shot is picking up the...
This is the first time many of you have seen any footage from within the school building at the time of the incident. Very chaotic and frantic moments for everyone involved. We are hoping to gather new details, as I mentioned, coming up here shortly in the next 20 to 25 minutes at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sheriff Judd Smith will come back with other law enforcement officials and hopefully answer some questions and provide some new details, guys.
Oh, one of our viewers said he's from Fox 5. I'm not sure who he is, but my point is that, so he's not a Reuters reporter, and we're hearing it just because the camera happens to be where the other reporter is speaking. So I didn't want to talk over it because I thought it was helpful information to have. But at the same time, if you're like, well, why isn't the reporter talking to camera? This camera is not that reporter's camera. It's just right next to where the reporter is, which sometimes happens with these live shots.
Testing. Hold on.
Oh, now they're doing some testing.
Testing,
so
mic check 1 2 1 2. Testing, mic check 1 2 1 2.
This is right where the press conference is going to be.
Mic good.
And I want to read this again, the CNN report. CNN says that before the shooting, Apalachee High School got a call, and it's warned that there would be shootings at 5 schools and that Apalachee would be the first. Unclear who made that call. And again, that has not been confirmed by law enforcement, but CNN is saying that somebody called and threatened the school before the shooting.
There it is. Okay. Oops. So they'll both go. Perfect. Mic check, mic check.
The Washington Post reports that Kamala Harris said at a campaign appearance that she said, "This is tragic." Oh no. I wanted to. Well, I don't. They actually have a quote from Tim Walz. Tim Walz says, the vice presidential candidate said, "We don't know any of the details on it yet, but it's a situation that's all too common, and our hearts are out there right now." And he also said work needs to be done to prevent such shootings in the future. I don't know. We read you a statement from President Biden before. I haven't seen a statement yet from former President Trump. I am checking his Truth Social right now, and I don't see anything on it right now. So if I get a statement from Trump, I will certainly let you know. But an update is expected at 4 p.m.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, Harris spoke about she did speak about the shooting. She said, hang on.
Hello, 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 hello.
A lot of police there. Harris said it doesn't have to be this way. She called it a senseless tragedy, says NBC News. In about 15 minutes, we're supposed to hear from law enforcement. About 15 minutes. The Associated Press says, in their report, the Associated Press says, prior to today's shooting, there had been 29 mass killings in the U.S. so far this year. At least 127 people have died in those killings, which are defined as incidents in which 4 or more people die within a 24-hour period, not including the killer. The same definition used by the FBI. Last year ended with 217 deaths from 42 mass killings in the U.S., making 2023 one of the deadliest years on record in the country. AP says sophomore Kaylee Abner was in geometry class when she heard gunshots. She and her classmates ducked behind the teacher's desk, and then the teacher began flipping the desk in an attempt to barricade the classroom door, she said. A classmate behind her was praying, and she held his hand while the students waited for police.
We were here about an hour or so ago when they put up that crime scene tape that this investigation gets underway into how this happened. There is a news conference that is scheduled here in about 15 minutes right here. We expect the sheriff to stand right here. One of the questions that I will be asking the sheriff is...
Oh, AZ Intel says that ABC is also reporting its 14-year-old suspect. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. WSB's Audrey Washington. WSB's Audrey Washington says, sources tell us the shooter in the Apalachee High School shooting is just 14 years old. So multiple outlets are now reporting that the shooter is 14 years old. Not just CNN. WSB is reporting it now. Multiple outlets. So again, we now have multiple outlets saying that the shooter was 14 years old. Give me a moment here. Sorry. How did he get the gun? We do not know. Yes, as AZ Intel mentioned, ABC News also says the suspect is a 14... Oh, ABC News says the suspect is a 14-year-old student at the high school. Okay? ABC News says...
I'm the space exploiter.
ABC News says the suspect is a 14-year-old student at the high school.
Exploiting the space. Deja, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No? Is it on, you ask? Now you hear it? Okay. I'm going to walk away.
Wow. It's a he. Multiple reports say the student is 14 years old. The shooter is 14 years old. We are waiting for the update from police, which is expected in about 10 minutes, guys. In about 10 minutes, we should be hearing from police live. Wow. Just terrible. They started school there on August 1st in Barrow County. This shooting happened around 9:30 a.m. Multiple reports say the shooter was a 14-year-old boy. Just horrible. CNN at one point said they heard 30 people were injured, but it wasn't clear how many of those were gunshot victims. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation said 9 people had been hospitalized with injuries. So there could be people who were injured who were not hospitalized or were not injured by gunshots. Also, I hope it doesn't happen, but it could be the case that the death toll rises. So let's hope that doesn't happen. We don't know. I mean, again, unfortunately with these shootings, you can sometimes have a number out there and that number can then go up. So let's just hope that's not the case here. I mean, there's an enormous law enforcement presence there. I'll say that. It is just a huge law enforcement presence. And also remember that at one point, the Washington Post had talked to the local coroner. And the Barrow County coroner had said to the Washington Post, this was over an hour ago, but had said, we are still going classroom to classroom and it's a big high school looking for bodies. It's terrible. Please pray for us. So, I mean, this is really awful. Let's just hope we don't even hear about more fatalities and injuries.
All right, testing 1, 2, 3. This is a microphone test for the presser. Microphone test for the presser. Everybody getting it? Are you good, Dale? I'm good.
Thank you again to our moderators. I really appreciate it. Oh, what's going on there? So are they bringing in like food for the, is that supplies for the investigators? It could be food for the investigators. I mean, there's a huge group of people there investigating. Although that could be other things, I don't know. They brought in bathrooms though. At one point, we saw a truck that seemed to be bringing in porta potties. Big thanks to our moderators again. Ruth Krafasi, thank you so much, Ruth. Cynthia Moon, Linda Belk, and Larry on X. RJ, thank you, RJ, for moderating. On Twitch, A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Mark and NC, McBritches, and Papa Bear, thank you. Also, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Paul Anderson, Christina Neal, Raven Lynn, thanks for moderating on Facebook. In about 4 minutes, we are supposed to get an update from police. In about 4 minutes. The camera you are watching is in front of those microphones.
Hey, 12345 4321 from Barrow County, Georgia.
Mic check, RS16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is way up high, isn't it, guys? This bundle. Level's a little low. Okay, I'm going to have to go back and adjust that back there at the camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got myself... Okay, I got myself trapped into a mic check for the herd here.
We are waiting for the press conference
Pop it up just a little bit.
coming up in about 3 minutes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
If it starts on time.
8 dB. Holy moly. Okay.
The suspect has not been identified.
All right, coming back now to try it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Checking. All right, look at that. Can I put in for audio too?
Like you guys, I am waiting to get more information, and hopefully we will get some more just in a couple minutes here. I'm looking around at different sources for more info, but I haven't seen anything new.
They're acting like they think they're going to take us live, even though we're set up for the press conference. ¿Por qué? Así, yo tuve señal. ¿Eres T-Mobile? Y estoy tratando de enviar un par de amigos. Maravilloso T-Mobile, entonces. Yo. ¿Cuántas el hotspot de verano? Yo le entregué la placa. ¿Ah? Son iguales.
Oh, B&O News is reporting that the briefing has been delayed until 4:30. Now, that's not official, but I don't know where they heard that from, but they're reliable. So B&O News Live says the briefing will be at 4:30. Well, it's obviously not going to be at 4 because it's 4 right now and there's nobody giving a briefing yet. So we'll see what happens. It is. Oh, did GBI post about it? Did the Georgia Bureau of Investigation post about it? Oh, they did. They did post about it. Hey, guys, the GBI posted about it. Hang on a moment here. I'll show you. Right there. Here you go. The GBI, the county sheriff's office, and the FBI will hold a news conference to provide updates about the school shooting at 4:30. Okay. That's helpful. So the press conference is at 4:30. They're setting up. I mean, this is such an involved investigation. They have just set up a snacks station, I believe, there's so many investigators there and so many police. They've brought in food, understandably. They have brought in porta potties. Just gives you a sense of the size of the law enforcement presence here. Okay, so sorry to make you wait. It's not up to me, but that has been officially announced right here. You can see the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Barrow County Sheriff's Office, and the FBI. And the FBI will hold a news conference at 4:30 p.m. to provide updates on the school shooting at Apalachee High School. Let me see if I can get you any updates before then. Look at all of the law enforcement vehicles. Look at all the vehicles. Look at all the law enforcement vehicles. Again, I don't mean to repeat myself, but this is an enormous law enforcement presence there right now. H. Schwartz says, I can't believe we haven't heard of the kid's home being raided. It's possible that law enforcement has gone to the suspect's home. It's just, we might not know where that is. Although I would assume if it happens, usually local news finds out about these things. But I haven't heard any reports yet from local news that it's happening. There are 2 helicopters flying around at the scene. There's a news helicopter, maybe 2 news helicopters, but just so you can see here on Flight Radar 24, there are the 2 helicopters flying. One of them is from Action News 5. Why is the FBI responding? I don't know if the FBI automatically responds to school shootings. I don't know. Yeah, somebody asked for a recap. I have like a recap of the biggest details. I have a recap literally running in that red ticker across the bottom of the screen. So if you're just joining, read that red ticker. That's what it's there for. Yeah, Tina says maybe this is bigger than we know. I mean, in the sense of something I've been worried about. Something I've been worried about is there are so many law enforcement there. Could Zach suggest that there's even more victims than we know about? Now, I'm not saying that's true, and I'm hoping it's not the case. And certainly, this is not a small number of victims. I mean, we have 4 dead and 9 injured, 4 dead and 9 taken to the hospital with injuries. So that's a huge number of victims as it is. But I just, this is just such an enormous law enforcement presence that I hope it's not the case that we find out about more people shot. Ridley says it's a huge school. Yeah, almost 2,000 students. Well, 1,900 is what I read, but around 2,000 students. Another question is, what's the motive? It's as CNN reported that the school got a call before the shooting saying that there were going to be 5 shootings at 5 schools and that this school was going to be the first. Now, I would, if that's true, I would assume it ends up being the shooter who called in. Could be somebody else. But, is this, I mean, what are we talking about? Motive? Is it a possible terror attack? What can I say? I have no idea. Washington Post reports that this is the first deadly school shooting in Georgia since at least 1999. The first deadly school shooting in Georgia since at least 1999. We got about 20 minutes until the briefing starts. Everglass said, did he think he was going to go around to more schools? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the shooter was thinking. It didn't seem like the shooter... We haven't heard that the shooter got in there and ran away. I mean, the shooter was clearly there for a little while and shooting a bunch, and then law enforcement took the shooter into custody. Oh, what's that? They got to fix that audio issue right there. They have like a little audio. Oh, there we go. Got it fixed. Also, somebody just mentioning about the kid not having a car, H. Schwartz. So, did he walk into school with a gun? Was it a long gun? I mean, there's some reporting suggesting it was a long gun. Did he just walk into school with it? Where did he get the weapon or weapons he used? Lexus says maybe in a backpack. I don't. Was it taken apart and then put together? I have no idea. Although, but what, if the shooter, if it's true, as CNN said, that they got to call the school before the shooting, threatening the shooting, well, then I wonder, is there some sort of writing somewhere that the student did? If the student called the threat in beforehand, maybe they did. But if that's true, again, then that would mean it's premeditated. And then I would wonder, is there stuff posted on social media? Is there some sort of writings about this? Did the student, if it is again, multiple reports say it's a 14-year-old who did this, has that person, the suspect, talked to law enforcement after and explained what they were thinking? I mean, I again, if this call was made, I don't know who made it. It is, you would think the most probable, by far the most probable explanation for the call is that the shooter made it. But we don't know if there was a call, who made it. So I can't show this right now because I don't have the rights to it, but there is an overhead camera showing like a van it's a van parked next to the school, backed up to the school, and it has its back door open. So I don't know what they're doing there. I mean, there could be bodies being loaded into the van. I don't know. But again, I don't have the rights to show it to you, but there is an overhead shot showing a van. Yeah, it's like a local outlet showing a van backed up to the school. I don't even know if the local outlets are using it. It's a raw live shot that I have access to see. I can't show it. But I don't even know if the news outlet whose helicopter it is using that live, because it's delicate. I mean, there's actually two vans, but there's one that's backed up with, and they just closed the doors of it. So I don't know if they loaded bodies into it or what. But there's a van that's there, and there's another van in front of it that's waiting there with its doors open. I can't read what the van says. Oh, one of the viewers said they were showing it on Fox. Maybe they were. I don't know. Fox is airing it. A couple of our viewers said it was on Fox. Yes, it's on Fox News right now. Yes, if you turn it on Fox News right now, you'll see the van. Again, I do not have the rights to that video. I do not have the rights to the overhead video. But on Fox, they have a van which is backed up to the school. I can only show you what I have the rights to. It's the way that works. Press conference in 14 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I do wonder if that might be like related to the coroner's office, but I don't know. Vice President Harris just put out a statement. She said, "Today, Doug and I are mourning the deaths of all of those whose lives were cut short by gun violence at Apalachee High School in Georgia. Our hearts are with the students, teachers, and families impacted by this shooting, and we are grateful to the first responders and law enforcement on the scene. This is a senseless tragedy, and it does not have to be this way. We must end the epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all." Yes, the vans are leaving now. On Fox News, they're showing an overhead shot of vans leaving. Both vans or one van? I see one van. Maybe both. No, one van has left and one van is still next to the school. But Fox is showing this one van that was backed up to the school is now leaving. Well, I don't know if it's leaving yet or not. There was an update that the authorities gave, a very short press update, hours ago. Hours ago they gave it. You know what I got to do here? Give me one moment. I'm going to disappear for about 20 seconds. Hang on. Guys, I got to switch my headphones out because these ones are losing power. So I'm going to take the headphones off. And the broadcast will probably pause for 1 second. Give me a second here. Headphones are off. They're charging. Hang on a moment. Wait a second. Wait a second. We're good? Okay. Now what I got to do is put the other headphones in, the ones that are charged, so I can hear. Let me do that. Okay. Hang on. Here we go. More officers walking over. Huge law enforcement presence. We are about 10 minutes away from the press conference, guys. 10 minutes away from the press conference. Again, this shooting happened around 9:30 this morning. Multiple reports say the shooter is a 14-year-old. ABC says the shooter is a student at the school. 4 dead, 9 hospitalized with injuries. That's the latest numbers we have. But CNN had reported 30 injured at one point, but said it wasn't clear how many of those were gunshot victims. So we're waiting to hear more. Also, CNN reported that the school got a call before the shooting from somebody who said that 5 schools were going to have shootings, and this was going to be the first. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, it's interesting. Michael King says on Flight Radar, the Action News helicopter is shared with WSB. Or maybe WSB owns it. Anyways, because he's pointing out that Action News 5 is actually in Memphis. Yes, that's a good point. He also says it's painted with the WSB colors now. Thank you, Michael. So on Flight Radar 24, they have one of the helicopters that they say it says Action News 5 on it, this one here, but it might be different colors now. And maybe that's being used by WSB, that one. Or maybe they're just, well, anyway, I can't say for sure, but Action News 5 is in Memphis. So, but it's being used by one of the local stations, I believe. Maybe it's the WSB, as Michael said. I can't confirm that, but thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Press conference in 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Oh, they're actually broadcasting their own briefing too. Let me just get this up. Hold on a second here. I will have a backup of where to see the briefing. So let me just get this ready here, just in case we need it. In case we need it, I'm getting a backup ready of the briefing. All right. In case the audio is off or something, we have a backup stream I can use. Which is good. That was just a GBI truck, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, maybe the crime scene truck that just drove by. You know, the last few minutes, I haven't seen any updates. I've been looking around at different sites and stuff and different outlets. And I have not seen... Oh, Trump posted on Truth Social. Also, WSB confirmed the report that was in Daily Mail. WSB says a woman says her father, a teacher and coach at the school, was one of the victims who was shot and wounded. It's the same report. Katie Phoenix said David Phoenix, who's a curriculum specialist, was shot in the foot and rushed into surgery. He is currently stable and recovering. A Georgia woman has identified her father, who is a curriculum specialist at the school, as one of the people shot. He was shot in the foot and hip and rushed into surgery. He is stable and recovering. That is according to, his name is David Phoenix. And that is according to WSB. Okay? Also, Northeast, according to WSB, update from WSB, Northeast Georgia Health System said they treated 2 gunshot victims with non-life-threatening injuries. And 4 additional patients were taken to that hospital in Northeast Georgia Medical Center with anxiety/panic attacks. Okay, so this is from WSB. WSB says that at one hospital, Northeast Georgia Medical Center, there were 2 gunshot victims with non-life-threatening injuries and 4 additional patients with anxiety panic attacks. And in another Northeast Georgia Medical Center location, there was one gunshot victim with non-life-threatening injuries, and one person with symptoms of anxiety panic attack. Also, Trump posted on Truth Social. Trump said, "Our hearts are with the victims and loved ones of those affected by the tragic event in Winder, Georgia. These cherished children were taken from us far too soon by a sick and deranged monster." By the way, it's being reported that it was not just children who were shot. WSB says at least one teacher was shot, and we don't know who the victims are. We have that one reported victim, but in terms of who died and who was injured, we just don't know yet.
Would any of you guys like water, Gatorade, or orange? It's free.
Thank you.
Oranges? We don't have any more Gatorade on us right now. I got them in the truck. I'll be right back. You want this or what? Water?
Barrow News Journal, which is a local newspaper, says there is a house that is being searched, reportedly, and may be related to the shooting. That was from, they posted that about an hour ago. The Barrow News Journal says that there is a local house that is being searched and may be related to the shooting. I would not be surprised if it's the house where the shooter lives. Oh. NBC News reports that 5 people were hospitalized with panic attack symptoms after the shooting. Okay? It's the same report we heard on WSB. So again, NBC News. Oh, here we go. Guys, the press conference is about to start. The press conference is about to start. The press conference is about to start. Look at all the officials coming out right now. We are about to hear this press conference. We are waiting for the press conference to start. A huge crowd coming out for this. Going to get the county police, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and the FBI are all supposed to be here.
That's what I'm here for, man.
We will see what they say. to turn off this ticker here during the press conference.
Good afternoon. I am Chris Hosey, Director of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and we wanted to come back this afternoon and present you with a little more of a timeline of the events that have taken place here today. Taken into custody. What we know up to this point. Additionally, with the investigation. At approximately 10:20 a.m. this morning, the Barrow County Sheriff's Office received alerts about reports of an active shooter and radio traffic from school resource officers concerning the same concern, or having the same concern. Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school, who immediately encountered the subject within just minutes of this report going out. Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers, and he was taken into custody. Additionally, what I want you to know as of now, there are 4 individuals who are deceased from this incident, 9 that have been taken to local hospitals with various injuries. Of those that are deceased, 2 are students and 2 are teachers here at the school. The priority right now for us within this investigation is to gather all the facts, to make sure that we're accurate with it, because this is a murder investigation. As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody. His name is Colt, that's C-O-L-T, Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the school, G-R-A-Y. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder, and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult. We're coordinating these charges and obviously this investigation with District Attorney Brad Smith, who is the District Attorney for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit here. Since earlier this morning we talked with you, and since the incident occurred, numerous interviews have been taking place through our investigation with students, faculty, as well as any other witnesses that we could identify. Law enforcement had a very, very swift response to this incident once the incident was determined that there was a concern here. Those resources, whether it was in that response or throughout this investigation to assist, came obviously from the sheriff's office here, from other local law enforcement agencies, state law enforcement agencies, and federal law enforcement agencies as well. To include, not to be left out, multiple EMS personnel, multiple fire personnel, and agencies. Those agencies responded here as well today, and I am extremely grateful, as I know the sheriff is, for that quick response and the partnerships of working here together with what all has gone on. Currently, from the investigative perspective, we have crime scene agents and other special agents from the GBI, from close to a dozen of our different work units from across the state that have responded here today to work on this investigation, again, collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and so forth. I do want to pass this along, that if anyone has any information that wants to be passed on concerning this investigation, that they can do that anonymously at our tip line at 1-800-597-TIPS or 1-800-597-8477. They can also report this on by downloading the See Something, Send Something app. They can be done by Android or Apple phones, either one. If they need to report any tips concerning this investigation. Let me close out before I turn this over to the sheriff and let you just remind you that this is still a very active investigation. There is still a lot that is very fluid. There's still a lot of interviews to be conducted. that will continue on into the night, as well as crime scene work and collecting and gathering evidence. But what is more important for me to mention here to you is my heartfelt sympathy to the parents, the students that were here today. Regardless of where they were in the school, this has got a great impact on them as well as on this community. My thoughts and prayers, along with everybody standing behind me and every law enforcement agency in this state, and many I will tell you around this country, they are in our thoughts and prayers, and we will continue with that. We ask for your patience as we continue through this, and we'll continue to try to give you as many updates with information as we can to keep you informed. But thank you for being here. I'm now going to turn it over to Barrow County Sheriff Judge Smith. Thank you. H-O-S-E-Y. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheriff Judge Smith of the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. I never imagined that I would be speaking to the media in my career over something that happened today, the pure evil that happened today. I cannot thank the people behind me for the support they give me today, to give this office and give this staff. This hits home for me. I was born and raised here. I went to school in this school system. My kids go to this school system. I'm proud of this school system. My heart hurts for these kids. My heart hurts for our community. But I want to make it very clear that hate will not prevail in this county. I want that to be very clear and known. Love will prevail over what happened today. I assure you of that. It is very early as to what happened. Governor Kemp reached out to me and has provided me every single resource that he has to make sure justice prevails. I don't know why it happened. I may not ever know. We may not ever know. But I ask that you and our community lift up our schools, lift up our public safety, and that, again, we do not let this hateful event prevail as to what happened today. I want to thank the surrounding agencies and counties and cities and state and federal authorities that have come and provided us, because they prevented a lot of more tragic events from happening. Continue to lift up these families, continue to lift up our students and our kids, and know that love will prevail. At this time, I'm going to ask Dr. LaDuff, our school superintendent, to come and speak on behalf of the school.
Good afternoon. I'm Dallas LaDuff. I'm the superintendent of the Barrow County School System. I want to thank the Barrow County Sheriff's Office and all of our law enforcement partners for their swift response today, along with that of our staff. I'd also like to thank our community for their response and patience as we work to reunify the students with their families here today and secure the rest of our school campuses. Our schools will be closed for the remainder of this week as we cooperate fully with law enforcement to get answers to the many questions that we all have about this incident here today. But as we are closed, our central offices will remain open, where we will have grief counseling available for our community every day this week and thereafter as we support each other through this terrible event. In closing, I just want to say to our community, as a school system, we are here for you, we support you, and we are ready to get you any support that you may need as we grieve through this together. Thank you.
Sheriff, if you're saying hate will not prevail in this community, are you investigating this as some sort of hate crime?
Well, shortly, if someone decides to take a firearm into a school where kids are given an education or entitled to an education and want to harm others, to me it's hateful.
Sheriff, can you talk about the initial interaction between whoever was able to stop the shooter? Can you describe that to us? How did it go down? What exactly happened for us?
Obviously, the shooter was armed, and our school resource officer engaged him. And the shooter quickly realized that if he did not give up, that it would end with an OIS, or an officer-involved shooting. He gave up, got on the ground, and the deputy took him into custody.
Sheriff, any idea how the weapon got inside the school? And was there any warning that this was going to happen?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, very early, and we're still looking into that, whether or not, or how he obtained it and how he got it into school.
Sure. Have you been in touch at all with his parents or his family to learn more about what led up to these moments?
We have.
Any information you can share?
No.
What kind of weapon was
It seems like you have a large Hispanic population. Have you been able to communicate with the people in their language to make sure that everybody knows what's happening?
Yes, sir, I have. The school and our office has people that speak in Spanish, and they have spoke to those folks as well. Yes.
How is video surveillance helping you, Sheriff?
Sorry.
Is the shooter talking? Is he saying why?
The shooter was interviewed, and he was speaking with our investigators earlier, along with the GBI.
How is video surveillance? How is that helping you, Sheriff?
It is helping our investigation.
Sheriff,
is reports of threatening calls perhaps made to the school prior to the shooting? Is that accurate?
None that I'm aware of.
What
Sheriff,
weapon was
All
used?
9 injured victims shot?
In some capacity, yes.
Sheriff, can you tell us about the 2 individuals deceased and was one targeted?
We don't know of any targets at this point.
Sheriff, what kind of weapon was used? Have you identified the weapon?
We have not identified that at this point. No.
Sheriff,
This is the last question I'm going to
Was the
take.
shooter a
Is there
student
a
here?
connection between the shooter and the victim?
None that I'm aware of.
Was the shooter? Was this a student here at the school?
I know that you have a lot of questions about the student and that we mentioned that we identified earlier. Keep in mind that that's part of our investigation, that we're looking into every aspect of that individual, his connection here at the school. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, he was a student here. So as part of our investigation, we're looking into all aspects, current and prior, involving that individual.
Can you tell us how many rounds were fired? He is a student. Can you tell us how many rounds were fired?
Do what?
The shooter is a student, yes.
Do you know how many rounds were fired?
We do not know how many rounds.
Director, has that shooter had any past history with law enforcement?
For now, this is the information that we have. It is an active investigation. I assure you we do plan to come back out here in a couple of hours. Please make sure you're following the GBIX page. That's where we're going to be putting the updates. If there's anything that's new, we'll make sure that we share that information. It's still very early. Investigators have a lot of work to do. We appreciate your patience. Do expect another in-person news conference out here in the next few hours. Monitor the X page, and we will be sure to update you accordingly. Thank you.
And that's the x.com.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so they identify the shooter is 14-year-old Colt Gray, a shooter who's a student at the school, and they said police got there a few minutes after the shooting was reported, and they said immediately the shooter surrendered to authorities. Immediately, the shooter surrendered to authorities. Now, they say they were not aware of any kind of, the sheriff said he was not aware of any kind of threatening phone call. CNN had reported that somebody had called in a threat to the school before the shooting. They said that, Colt Gray is the name. They said that they were not aware of a phone call. But we'll have to see what comes out about that. And we don't have like a motive yet. They did say that that he is talking with law enforcement the shooter. They said they've been in touch with his parents. They didn't say what type of gun was used. He is a male student. Cold, 14 years old. Oh, of the 4 people dead, 2 students dead and 2 teachers dead. 2 students killed and 2 teachers killed. All right, I want to take some comments from you guys. But we don't have a motive. He was 14 years old. He killed 2 students and 2 teachers, 9 gunshot injuries. I'm going to leave at least 9 injured because there's reports of other, there's reports of like people who got hospitalization for panic attacks. So there might have been other injuries, but we know of 9 injured who've been hospitalized. I'm going to say 4 dead, 9 hospitalized. I'll leave it like this. School will be closed. School in the district will be closed the rest of the week. School closed the rest of the week in the district. Also, they're going to try the student as an adult. It was said. He is going to be tried as an adult. We might have lost our feed. I don't know if we're getting that back or not. Let's see what it says here. Let's see what it says. I don't know what it's going to say. We'll see. It'll either say live continues or temporarily end of feed. We'll see what it says. All right, well, I'll go to me for right now. Further live coverage is expected. There you go. And they did say in, I guess later today, there's going to be another press conference. Will they charge his parents? I mean, I don't know any details on the parents, where he got the gun and all that stuff. They didn't even say what kind of weapon it was. GTG says parents definitely have some explaining to do. Well, we'll have to get more about what kind of gun was used, where. Oh, I have other video I can show you right now, guys. Hold on, I have live video from the scene. I have a different live video I can show you. Hang on, I'll put that up there. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here, and I will get that up, posted for you. Hang on. That's live video too. Doesn't seem to be audio on that one, but it is live video from the scene, from AFP. Is the shooter a recent newcomer? We do not know. Colt Gray. I'll see if I can find you any more information. I don't know if there's any kind of manifesto or anything. If you guys want, in a couple minutes, I can replay that press conference if you'd like. People want to see it again. People are saying no at the moment, so maybe later we would replay it. But yeah, again, it was interesting. They said that the police were on the scene in minutes, and basically as soon as the police encountered the shooter surrendered. A lot of times with incidents like this, the shooter ends up getting killed by police. The shooter just surrendered. Kerry says, was he and his family from Georgia originally? No idea. No idea. No idea. Now, I will say this. I was glad to hear that the numbers had not gone up, because I was really worried that the numbers would go up even more. I mean, it's awful that 4 have died and at least 9 injured. 4 dead, 9 hospitalized. I don't know if they're still in the hospital. But I was concerned that we would hear about more people. So, as I said earlier, condolences to the families of the 4 who were killed, and just terrible. And 2 students and 2 teachers, and thoughts with all of those injured. I hope they can recover fully and quickly. And something else that was said in the press conference is that none of the victims, right now, they don't believe any of the victims were targeted. The 30 injured was something that CNN said earlier, and when they said it, they said not only those might not be all gunshot injuries. So we actually know that at least 5 other people were taken to the hospital with panic attack symptoms. So there may be other people injured who just are not gunshot victims. There's 9 injured who were shot. Yeah, I don't think there's sound on this particular shot that we're looking at. I'm just seeing if I can find any other updates here. I'm looking at some of the local outlets. We'll take some more comments from you guys, but just terrible. And, I'm sure we'll be hearing about more things about this person who did this. Eventually, he has been identified. I didn't know if they would identify him. But they did. Elizabeth says, where does a 14-year-old get a gun? Parents freaking out. I can't tell you anything about Colt Gray. I don't know anything about him other than he was 14. That's the only thing I've heard, is that he was 14. Troy Dodd says, I was surprised they named him too. Where are his social media links? I don't know if he had public social media. I haven't heard about any of them yet. I'm assuming police are investigating that. Police said they've already interviewed the shooter and that the shooter was talking to authorities. They said that they've talked to his parents. So I would assume there's a much more information that they have that we don't have. Although the sheriff did say, I don't know if we'll ever know why he did it. Or something like, I don't know if I'll ever know why he did it. Yeah, some people are asking about whether he played video games and stuff like that. Again, we just have hardly any information. Really, the only information we know about the shooter is that he's 14 years old and was a student at the school. That's it. I'm sure we'll hear more. You know, unfortunately, we've covered school shootings before, and you'll start seeing discussion about, you know, from people, interviews with people who know him. And I'm sure we'll be getting more information about the weapon. Washington Post says, by the way, the Washington Post says that the shooter is the youngest school shooter to kill more than one person on a K-12 campus since at least 1999. The Washington Post says in the past 25 years, children younger than 15 had committed at least 65 school shootings, killing 7 people in total. No shooter in that age group had killed more than one person. That's from the Washington Post. Okay. Again, the Post writes, why is this not working? Why is this not working? In the past 25 years, children younger than 15 had committed at least 65 school shootings, killing 7 people in total. No shooter in that age group had killed more than one person. I assume that's for the U.S., by the way. Yes, United States. Yeah, I don't really update the title of the actual video. So I know it says reports of shooting, but I don't, when we're covering this stuff, I just focus on what's the screen. So I appreciate it, but I don't keep updating like the title of the video and the description of the video because I'm too busy doing this. So I appreciate you letting me know, but I'm just going to leave that the way it is. And as soon as people tune in, they'll see, you know, what we're reporting. Let me read some more comments from you guys. By the way, we don't know also, in terms of, we know that 2 students and 2 teachers were killed, but we don't know of the injured. One person who's injured has been identified in the media that I've seen. According to WSB, they said that David Phoenix, a curriculum specialist at the school, was shot in the foot and hip and is stable and recovering after being in surgery. That's according to WSB. One of our viewers, John Madsen, is wondering if the shooter was on any kind of medications. That I can't tell you. Yeah, I think I might show the press conference one more time, guys, because people didn't really get, you know, some people haven't seen it. It's not that long a press conference. I like to show it a second time. So I think I'm going to do that. If you hang on a second, I'll do that. I think it's a good idea. So give me one moment. Let me pull it up here. I just need to pull it up. Okay, let's watch a replay. Let's watch a replay of the press conference. In case you missed it, I do like to show a replay of the press conference when we do these things. Okay, I'm putting it up on the screen right now for you guys. Okay, so there's that. It's not live, so I need to move this up. This down. Okay, so I'm just going to replay this presser for those of you who didn't see it. And here it is. Oh, hold on. I got to get it queued up now. Now I got to get it queued up. Sorry, give me a moment. I was about to replay it, and I got to fix it. Let me just make sure the volume is okay on this. I have a different way of doing it if the volume isn't great. I can do it a different way, but let's see how the volume is. I think it's going to be all right.
Good afternoon. I am Chris Hosey, Director of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and we wanted to come back this afternoon and present you with a little more of a timeline of the events that have taken place here today and what we know up to this point with the investigation. At approximately 10:20 a.m. this morning, the Barrow County Sheriff's Office received alerts about reports of an active shooter and radio traffic from school resource officers concerning the same concern, or having the same concern. Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school who immediately encountered the subject within just minutes of this report going out. Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers, and he was taken into custody. Additionally, what I want you to know as of now, there are 4 individuals who are deceased from this incident, 9 that have been taken to local hospitals with various injuries. Of those that are deceased, 2 are students and 2 are teachers here at the school. The priority right now for us within this investigation is to gather all the facts, to make sure that we're accurate with it, because this is a murder investigation. As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody. His name is Colt, that's C-O-L-T, Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the school, G-R-A-Y. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder, and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult. We're coordinating these charges and obviously this investigation with District Attorney Brad Smith, who is the District Attorney for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit here. Since earlier this morning we talked with you, and since the incident occurred, numerous interviews have been taking place through our investigation with students, faculty, as well as any other witnesses that we could identify. Law enforcement had a very, very swift response to this incident once the incident was determined that there was a concern here. Those resources, whether it was in that response or throughout this investigation to assist, came obviously from the sheriff's office here, from other local law enforcement agencies, state law enforcement agencies, and the federal law enforcement agencies as well. To include, not to be left out, multiple EMS personnel, multiple fire personnel, and agencies. Those agencies responded here as well today, and I am extremely grateful, as I know the sheriff is, for that quick response and the partnerships of working here together with what all has gone on. Currently, from the investigative perspective, we have crime scene agents and other special agents from the GBI, from close to a dozen of our different work units from across the state that have responded here today to work on this investigation, again, collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and so forth. I do want to pass this along. that if anyone has any information that wants to be passed on concerning this investigation, that they can do that anonymously at our tip line at 1-800-597-TIPS or 1-800-597-8477. They can also report this on by downloading the See Something, Send Something app. They can be done by Android or Apple phones, either one. If they need to report any tips concerning this investigation. Let me close out before I turn this over to the sheriff and just remind you that this is still a very active investigation. There is still a lot that is very fluid. There's still a lot of interviews to be conducted that will continue on into the night, as well as crime scene work and collecting and gathering evidence. But what is more important for me to mention here to you is my heartfelt sympathy to the parents, the students that were here today. Regardless of where they were in the school, this has got a great impact on them as well as on this community. My thoughts and prayers, along with everybody standing behind me and every law enforcement agency in this state, and many I will tell you around this country, they are in our thoughts and prayers, and we will continue with that. We ask for your patience as we continue through this, and we'll continue to try to give you as many updates with information as we can to keep you informed. But thank you for being here. I'm now going to turn it over to Barrow County Sheriff Judge Smith. Thank you. H-O-S-E-Y. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheriff Judge Smith of the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. I never imagined that I would be speaking to the media in my career over something that happened today, the pure evil that happened today. I cannot thank the people behind me for the support they give me today, to give this office and give this staff. This hits home for me. I was born and raised here. I went to school in this school system. My kids go to this school system. I'm proud of this school system. My heart hurts for these kids. My heart hurts for our community. But I want to make it very clear that hate will not prevail in this county. I want that to be very clear and known. Love will prevail over what happened today. I assure you of that. It is very early as to what happened. Governor Kemp reached out to me and has provided me every single resource that he has to make sure justice prevails. I don't know why it happened. I may not ever know. We may not ever know. But I ask that you and our community lift up our schools, lift up our public safety, and that, again, we do not let this hateful event prevail as to what happened today. I want to thank the surrounding agencies and counties and cities and state and federal authorities that have come and provided us, because they prevented a lot of more tragic events from happening. Continue to lift up these families, continue to lift up our students and our kids, and know that love will prevail. At this time, I'm going to ask Dr. LaDuff, our school superintendent, to come and speak on behalf of the school.
Good afternoon. I'm Dallas LaDuff. I'm the superintendent of Barrow County School System. I want to thank the Barrow County Sheriff's Office and all of our law enforcement partners for their swift response today, along with that of our staff. I'd also like to thank our community for their response and patience as we work to reunify the students with their families here today and secure the rest of our school campuses. Our schools will be closed for the remainder of this week. as we cooperate fully with law enforcement to get answers to the many questions that we all have about this incident here today. But as we are closed, our central offices will remain open, where we will have grief counseling available for our community every day this week and thereafter, as we support each other through this terrible event. In closing, I just want to say to our community, as a school system, we are here for you, we support you, and we are ready to get you any support that you may need as we grieve through this together. Thank you.
Sheriff, if you're saying hate will not prevail in this community, are you investigating this as some sort of hate crime?
Well, shortly, if someone decides to take a firearm into a school where kids are given an education or entitled to an education and want to harm others, to me it's hateful.
Sheriff, can you talk about the initial interaction between whoever was able to stop the shooter? Can you describe that to us? How did it go down? What exactly happened for us?
Obviously the shooter was armed, and our school resource officer engaged him, and the shooter quickly realized that if he did not give up, that it would end with an OIS, or an officer-involved shooting. He gave up, got on the ground, and the deputy took him into custody.
Sheriff, any idea how the weapon got inside the school? And was there any warning that this was going to happen?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, very early, and we're still looking into that, whether or not, or how he obtained it and how he got it in the school.
Have you been in touch at all with his parents or his family to learn more about what led up to these moments?
We have.
Any information you can share?
No.
What kind of weapon was
It seems like you have a large Hispanic population. Have you been able to communicate with the people in their language to make sure that everybody knows what's happening?
Yes, sir, I have. The school and our office has people that speak in Spanish, and they have spoke to those folks as well. Yes.
How is video surveillance helping the sheriff?
Sorry.
Is the shooter talking? Is he saying why?
The shooter was interviewed, and he was speaking with our investigators earlier, along with the GBI.
How is video surveillance? How's that helping you, Sheriff?
It is helping our investigation.
Sheriff, is reports of threatening calls perhaps made to the school prior to the shooting? Is that accurate?
None that I'm aware of.
What weapon was used? All 9 injured victims shot?
In some capacity, yes.
Sheriff, can you tell us about the 2 individuals and was one targeted?
We don't know of any targets at this point.
Sheriff, what kind of weapon was used? Have you identified the weapon?
We have not identified that at this point. No.
Sheriff,
this is the last question I'm going to take.
Was the shooter a student here? Is there a connection between the shooter and the victim?
None that I'm aware of.
Was this a student here at the school?
I know that you have a lot of questions about the student and that we mentioned that we identified earlier. Keep in mind that that's part of our investigation, that we're looking into every aspect of that individual, his connection here at the school. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, he was a student here. So as part of our investigation, we're looking into all aspects, current and prior, involving that individual.
Can you tell us how many rounds were fired? He is a student. Can you tell us how many rounds were fired?
Do what?
The shooter is a student, yes.
He is a student. How many rounds were fired?
We do not know how many rounds.
Director, has that shooter had any past history with law enforcement?
For now, this is the information that we have. It is an active investigation. I assure you we do plan to come back out here in a couple of hours. Please make sure you're following the GBIX page. That's where we're going to be putting the updates. If there's anything that's new, we'll make sure that we share that information. It's still very early. Investigators have a lot of work to do. We appreciate your patience. Do expect another in-person news conference out here in the next few hours. Monitor the X page, and we will be sure to update you accordingly. Thank you.
And that's the x.com.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that was a replay of the press conference. And, I just saw something that I wanted to share with you guys. If you give me a second here. So, this account I follow called Intel Point Alert shared a video of a student being interviewed by CNN. And she said that she knew the shooter and that he never really talked, and when he did, he would say one-word answers, and he either wasn't at school or a lot or skipped class. I'm going to get the exact quote. I'll post a link to the video by that Intel Point Alert posted from CNN in the chat. And she said that he like matched the stereotype of a school shooter as being like a quiet person. But it was interesting. I want to get you the actual quote of what she said. It was interesting how she put it. And she's just a student at the school being interviewed by CNN. So what she said is, I need to play it on my phone. Hang on a second. I'm just going to play it on my phone for myself so I can hear it. I'm going to mute myself. He never really talked. He was pretty quiet. He wasn't there most times. I'm literally just getting the quote from the student who was interviewed. High school. Hang on one second here. Give me a sec. I'm just going to mute myself while I play this. Either he didn't come to school or he would just skip class, she said. And then she said, it's really a pretty striking quote. Hold on a second here. Sorry. Then she also said about him, hang on, I got to mute myself one more time while I play this. But even when he would talk, it was just one-word answers or short statements, she said. Let me just make sure I got that quote right, and then I'll read it to you again. Hang on. Give me 10 more seconds here, and then I can get you the whole quote, word for word. Okay. It's a pretty striking thing, pretty striking statement about him. Oops.
No, he never really... Did he ever say anything? Sorry. Did he ever say anything?
All right, so here's the quote. Here's the quote from the student that was interviewed on CNN. He never really talked. He was pretty quiet. He wasn't there most times. Either he just didn't come to school or he just would skip class. But even when he would have talked, it was one-word answers or just short statements. Interesting. Again, I'll post a link to the video again from Intel Point Alert, the CNN video that Intel Point Alert posted a clip of. You can watch it on Intel Point Alert's account. Now, I'm obviously, I'm not saying that everybody who doesn't talk is a school shooter. Well, I'm giving you this information because I'm just passing along, because people have been asking about the suspect. So I'm just passing along this reporting about him. That's all I'm doing. But also, I mean, actually, I'm doing more than that, because I do think if somebody is not going to school, not showing up or skipping class all the time, that seems like, you know, something that would be looked into or suggesting of some sort of issue. You know, that sounds pretty extreme. You know, if you're either not there or skipping class most of the time, which is what she said. No, this was not the third day of the school year. They started school there on August 1st. Sudden updraft says, where was CPS? Aleppo Gambit says it's a sign of distress. I mean, to say he wasn't there most times, that's what she said. She said he wasn't there most times. Now, I don't know if she was in a class with him or more than one class, but she says he wasn't. Apparently, she was in at least one class with him, and she says he wasn't there most times. And when he talked, it was one-word answers or short statements. So, I don't know. I don't know what was going on. Yeah, Ruth says, let's not presume we know their medical condition. I'm not going to say anything about anybody's condition or anything. I mean, I'm just passing along something that one of the, that a student who knew him said. I'm sure we will be hearing more about this student. XCD says the other interesting thing is he responded immediately to authority and didn't try to blast his way out. Look, the police said that basically as soon as they encountered him, he surrendered. That's what they said. For whatever that's worth. See if I can get you any more updates here. At some point later, there's supposed to be another press conference. I'm just checking some different sources here. The Washington Post posted something that I wanted to mention. If you give me 1 second here. The Post reported that the Washington Post talked to his sophomore at the school who said her teacher peeked out of the classroom door and then walked out to see what was going on, only to get shot in the leg. He walked back in to close the door and fell to the floor bleeding, but he was calm and conscious. Wow. Crazy. That's from the Washington Post. I'll post that on my X account with a link. So he peeked out of the classroom door with the class inside and then got shot in the leg. Lucky he's still alive. So I just saw that. Now, the White House already had a briefing before. That was earlier today. That was earlier today. The press secretary spoke about the briefing, about the shooting a little bit. The person who did it was 14 years old. So I think what I'm going to do, guys, is, you know, there may be updates about this later, but I'm not expecting to get an update right away. I also need to eat something because we've been on the air about 6 hours covering this. So I think what I might do is I think I'm going to start wrapping up this stream. And then, you know, maybe if I hear it announced tonight that there's another press conference, maybe we'll come back on the air and cover it. We'll do another stream. But I think for now, we haven't gotten a lot of updates, after that press conference, and before we weren't getting much. So I think what I'm going to do now is start wrapping up the stream, and we very well might do another stream on this story. They just said that the press conference would be like in a few hours after that one that just happened. So, so again, we might do another stream on this, but I think what I want to do right now is kind of wrap up this stream and then see what happens. Also, I would actually like to cover, I know this might seem kind of, I was originally coming on the air actually, I'm not going to, that's not tonight. Let's talk about that later. We'll talk about that later. But so again, if there's another press conference later, we might cover it here, and I'll see what other news is going on as well. But I think right now I got to take a little break and eat something. I think that'll be better to do. But you can also, you can, if you want, you can subscribe, follow the channel. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here, Agenda Free TV, without an agenda. And also I will post updates on my X account when I'm off the air. That is @Lookner on X. You can follow me there, @Lookner on X, where I'll post updates there. But I think I'm going to do that. But we might do another stream on it. Yeah, as I said a couple times before, I mean, condolences to the families of the 2 students and 2 teachers who were killed. It's just awful. And thoughts with those 9 people who were shot and anybody else who was injured. At least 5 people reportedly had panic attack symptoms and were taken to the hospital. So, anyways, just a terrible situation. So maybe another stream to come on this. Also, so let me take a little break, and we'll see if we may do a stream later today. It just depends on what's happening. I really appreciate our moderators who have been here. They are awesome, and again, really appreciate our moderators for being here and keeping an eye on the chats and making sure the chat stays civil and respectful. Ruth Krafasi, RJ, Cynthia Moon, Sarah55, and all of our other YouTube mods, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry over on X, and our Twitch moderators. Let me thank them too. A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, David Green, Good Luck Duck, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Mark and NC, and McBritches on Twitch, and our other moderators there, and our Facebook moderators who have been over there. For example, people like Kay Lowry Body, Christina Neal, Paul Anderson, and Raven Lynn. Thank you so much for moderating over there. And of course, I appreciate everybody tuning into the channel. And thanks for a lot of you who've been sending me news updates and helping with the coverage and sending me what you're hearing during the broadcast. So I appreciate your help with that. And also, yes, I do want to just take a second and acknowledge I appreciate your support for the channel. On a normal stream, if somebody donated during the stream, I would thank them during the stream. It's, because of what we were covering and it was breaking news and the topic, that was not what I wanted to be doing today. But I do appreciate it because, and in case anybody's wondering who hasn't seen the channel, how can you accept donations when you're covering this tragic event? Perfectly legitimate question. I do this myself. I do it full time, and the donations are just what allows the channel to exist. So that's what that is for. And also, for example, to pay for the live footage I buy, like when we watch the live press conference and the footage from there and read the newspaper articles that I display on the screen. That stuff I pay for. So anyways, I do appreciate your support that allows me to do the channel, and I apologize for not individually acknowledging everybody like I normally would. I very much appreciate it. I hope you understand that we didn't do the individual acknowledgments today like usual, and I hope you can understand, and I do apologize for that. But it's again, I very much appreciate your support, which allows me to do the channel. Okay. Also, let's see. Oh, I do want to mention, so I don't know when big breaking news is going to happen. I can't tell you in advance when we're coming on the air every stream. Most streams I don't know when we're coming on the air. But one thing you can do to let yourself know when we're live is to turn on the notifications. We have our own notification system we set up. It's free. We do it through Discord. You sign up once and you get sent a notification every time we go live. And if you want to sign up for that, the link is in the mods will put that notifications link in the chat to sign up for the notifications right now. You can also find that on the YouTube and Facebook description for this broadcast. And also at the same link, you can check out if you want to. We have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. A lot of our viewers like doing that, so you can check that out at the same link. Another way to find out when we're going live is I also always post on our X account at Agenda Free TV before we go live. I will post there and give you a heads up that we're going live. So you can follow at Agenda Free TV if you want a live update on, if you want updates on when we're going live. And another thing I want to mention in terms of being notified is on YouTube, if you subscribe there and you want to get the YouTube notifications, which I think can be helpful, you got to do this thing on YouTube where you do this. You need to click this bell after you subscribe and then choose all notifications. So that's how you turn the YouTube notifications on. Okay. By the way, thanks to our Discord moderators, too. I really appreciate them. And I also want to say thank you to our subscribers on Twitch who support the channel, and our subscribers on Facebook, and our YouTube members who support the channel. Just to name a few of our subscribers over there on Twitch, people like A Moment of Lovely, McBritches, Wall Street Shaggy, Jack's Animals, Hot Rodacy. I really appreciate your ongoing support of the channel. Annie Cush, DeBears, and all of our other Graybeard Games, Beautiful Profanity, and all of our other subscribers over there on Twitch. Thank you for supporting the channel, and Ascertainment as well, and Holistic. And our Facebook subscribers like Robert Rial II, Eve Richards, Lou Green, Diane Allworth, Jane Summers, Kay Lowry Body, Susan Priest Buchner, Margaret Riley, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. Thank you for supporting the channel. And just to name some of our YouTube members who support the channel, thank you for helping the channel continue. Judith Rose, Paula Faust, Zinc Man, Lennon Cardwell, Lucky Minute, MM2 Darcy, Eric Johnson, Mama of Six, Judith Rose, Exceedy, thank you for being members on YouTube. Cynthia Zadeh, Kitty Zimmerman, Tony Dodd, Troy Dodd, I'm sorry, DeAndre, J.K. Senar, Cat Nerd, Moonbeam, Elizabeth Ely, Mythical, Jesse's Girl, Dr. McRib, Ron Dykeman, Lady Red, Renee McGee, Riddles, JoJo777, Red Squirrel, Dr. JMW, Suzanne Burrow, Twitter Pated, Lois Cox, and all of our other YouTube members. Thanks for your support of the channel. Wickedest Witch, Janet Burnett, and others. All right, guys. So I am going to wrap up the stream. Let me do one quick check and make sure I don't have any big updates to give you before we go off the air. But we very well might do another stream on this, and I will post updates in my X account. But maybe we'll come on in a little bit after I eat if there's another press conference coming up. Okay? But I'm going to eat something first. Let me just check a couple things here. So WSB reports that a mother has confirmed her son, who was a student at the school, was among the victims killed in the shooting. Doesn't it give a name? Terrible. 2 students and 2 teachers were killed. Okay. By the way, there was a little confusion on the timing of the shooting, but ultimately in the last press conference, the authorities said it was reported at 10:20 a.m. Okay, so you have been watching our live coverage of this terrible school shooting done by a 14-year-old student at the school, unbelievable, in Winder, Georgia, about an hour drive outside of Atlanta. So just awful. 2 teachers dead, 2 students dead, and 9 people with gunshot injuries hospitalized. So I'm going to wrap up our coverage right now, but as I said before, condolences to the families of the 4 killed. Hope those injured can recover fully and soon, and thoughts with that entire community in Barrow County, Georgia. And again, thank you so much to our mods for being there in the chat. That is it for now. Thank you for watching our coverage, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.